Bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour, ça va?
Oui, ça va, ouais.
Tout est prêt?
Bah, je sais pas, parce qu'en fait, là-bas,
La salle...
ils ont dû quitter la salle très.
Ah oui, la salle était occupée jusqu'à...
Ah oui, tu as vu, la salle était occupée, donc vous avez vu dans le groupe.
J'ai
Donc,
vu les messages, oui.
ouais, ça fait beaucoup de problèmes. Donc là,
Ouais.
j'envoie la vidéo. Là, j'ai fait ma vidéo, j'ai juste fini à temps, là. Ah, elle est
Ok.
arrivée. Tu vas me dire si elle est mieux?
Oui, ben, hmm.
Alors. Oui, bah en fait. Ils ont des problèmes parce que la salle, en fait, il y a beaucoup d'événements. Ils ont chargé à bloc, je pense qu'ils font un peu d'argent là-dessus. Donc,
Ouais.
ils ont fait, je pense, beaucoup de séances, en fait, de 2 heures comme ça, et juste une demi-heure de transition entre chaque séance. Ce qui fait qu'il y a ils attendent depuis 1 heure de pouvoir rentrer dans la salle.
Ouais, j'ai vu les messages. Hmm.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'ils ont dit? They are leaving now. Catherine is here too. Ah, et en plus, le buffet est arrivé. Et donc, je ne sais pas comment ils vont faire parce que avec le buffet, ils doivent le installer. Normalement, normalement, il y a des chauffe-plats. Qu'est-ce qu'ils vont faire des chauffe-plats?
Bon, en tout cas, il y a des gens qui sont arrivés, je te signale, hein. On est pas seul.
Bonjour, ouais, c'est les Premières Nations, Kanawaki. Alors, Atlas.
Mais ta vidéo, si tu peux parler en direct, tu ne seras pas forcé de la montrer. Hmm.
Non, c'est au cas où la technique ne marche pas. Mais en fait,
Oui, oui,
ça va fonctionner parce que c'est moi qui gère le Zoom, en fait. Moi, je suis
oui,
en France, à Cannes.
je
Donc,
sais.
je gère le Zoom, mais c'est à eux, à New York. Si jamais ils n'arrivent pas à projeter notre Zoom, s'ils n'arrivent pas à se connecter au Zoom, eux-mêmes, ils ont pas de possibilité de projeter, il n'y aura pas de...
Ce qui concerne
D'accord.
les actions de paix et de la non-violence. Nous savons que nous avons eu à former des femmes, des jeunes. Beaucoup de pays ont mené des efforts pour placer les femmes, les corps habillés, hein, dans le cadre du concept genre. On se rend ce concept
You can say hello and then we can do it.
au niveau du concept d'emploi
Hello,
dans
everybody.
la gestion des ressources
Ah,
humaines.
Tana,
We are here in
does
the
it work?
room
Does it work?
and we are waiting for the people to come. Hello, Natalie. We set it up. I'm going to make a tour of the place until we set up so to show you.
Right here. Here's the
You're
picture.
beautiful, Dana.
Thank you.
Yes,
I made an
connected.
effort because I'm speaking for you. So
Yeah, okay.
Hello.
She has the laptop. Okay. Do you have the?
I have only like that. I don't have. Do you have a laptop?
So we have adapter if we need.
Yes.
Okay. We just ask for ID in exchange so that we can get our cord back and
Of course.
exchange ID. Yeah.
1 second.
Just pictures, just slideshow, not
Okay.
pictures to play.
Yeah, that's fine. Just
Okay.
to put this on here, we need the cord.
But
Yeah, that should be fine. Did you guys want though the slideshow or the Zoom, or are you gonna control?
At what point does she want slides? Did she tell you?
well, no, when she gonna speak to
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. I'm gonna run and I'll be right back.
Who's gonna?
This is my shot. You will also want to speak.
So maybe we could do it simultaneously. Do you know?
I don't know. I use the side of the.
Because the president is,
On the way.
she is on her, no, this is, she's the main organizer. Yeah.
No, but then.
Yes,
Can we do a, I'm sorry, 1 minute, a slideshow and, with this attached, or we need?
we can do anything,
Okay, go
sweetheart.
ahead, Ms. Donna got you.
I sit next
Oh.
to it.
Yes.
That's
So,
I hear it.
Yes, you can.
hi, I'm Dana. Nice to meet you.
I don't change.
Bless your organization. I made the poster.
Yeah.
I made it.
Yeah. So, my colleague is gonna speak.
Hold on. I'm gonna.
Hello, yes. Your beautiful pink color, that's great. What is this? Ah, the catering is here. Okay. Did you have the table? On ne t'entend pas? Dana. Dana, on ne t'entend pas.
J'ai rien à dire encore parce qu'on n'a pas
Ah,
commencé.
d'accord.
J'attends pour mettre le moniteur sous la liste et j'essaie de mettre une présentation dans l'appareil.
Ok, ok.
Allô Nathalie, comment tu
Pour
vas?
l'instant, tu peux commencer
Bonjour Edith,
tu
ça
peux
va?
commencer la conférence sur Zoom, tu peux commencer déjà. Bonjour.
Oui, pour l'instant, il y a eu quelques... Bonjour. Qui est derrière toi?
On avait un petit peu du retard et parce que la conférence avant ça finit tard.
Oui, on a vu sur
On va
le...
commencer dans à peu près 3 minutes. Ici, si vous pouvez commencer sur Zoom.
Est-ce que vous avez réussi à connecter l'écran?
Pas encore. On attend l'adapteur. J'utilise mon laptop. La chance que je l'ai ramené parce que j'ai pas prévu de le ramener. Et tout le monde est dans la salle. La salle est pleine. On va avoir une très belle conférence.
Vous prenez des photos de la salle, hein?
Oui, tout de suite.
Alors, par contre, je voulais juste dire à ceux qui sont en ligne, je vais faire des rappels pour les gens parce qu'il y a eu des problèmes de raté d'horaire. Les gens ont cru que c'était le matin, donc tout le monde était connecté ce matin. Et en fait, ils n'ont pas vu que c'était marqué 10h PM. Enfin, en fait, c'était 11h, mais c'est pas grave. Donc, je rappelle à tout le monde que c'est enregistré. Est-ce que, Edith, vous faites le live Facebook?
Si tu peux nous donner le host, on peut faire ça.
Le host, c'est quoi le host? C'est
C'est
le partage? Le partage?
Non, en fait, admettons, si tu as fait le lien avec un compte Zoom qui t'appartient, donc c'est toi la host.
Allô?
Si tu vas sur participants, tu cliques là, puis tu vois
Ouais,
Nathalie
Maïda.
Kesler qui est la host.
Ne te ngui ito tanga laje nebe ka ke online di daru bisal mina ata mina laje fen kan ba chi masisa.
Attends, je coupe sur le son de Kadiatou. Oui.
Merci.
Comment
Donc,
je fais?
si tu peux cliquer sur mon nom, et il y a trois petits points, et là, tu vas voir mettre host. À ce moment-là, je te fais tout de suite co-host pour que tu puisses continuer à faire ce que tu fais
Je mets
comme...
nommer animateur, c'est ça?
ah oui, c'est ça. En français, ça serait ça. Et dès que je parle
Nathalie,
live, je te remets
Nathalie,
l'animation.
Oui.
Nathalie,
C'est bon
tu
ça?
m'entends?
Oui. Oui, oui, Kadiatou.
Il y a quelqu'un qui est en train de chercher le numéro de la salle. Une personne est dans le building là-bas. Vous êtes dans quelle salle?
Ah, la
Une
salle,
communauté de New York.
c'est
Ah,
au rez-de-chaussée, je crois, au rez-de-chaussée, dans l'église.
ok.
Stuart, can you hear
Merci.
me?
Yes.
Okay, so it's you the host, so you know how to go live, right?
No.
Okay, so just go close to the screen.
Do
So I
you have,
asked you to do it. Okay, what do I do?
Click on the three dots where it
Three
says more.
dots. Where's the three dots?
Down below on the different buttons, you'll see on the right there's one that says more and there's three dots.
Okay.
So click there and you'll see live stream and then go on Facebook.
No, it does not say live stream.
So it should say live somewhere.
It says breakout rooms, docs, notes, whiteboards, meeting info. That's it.
Oh, Nathalie, so your Zoom account doesn't have the capacity of going live? Have you gone live before?
I don't know.
Mm,
Not
because
directly from the Zoom. Usually I'm making the lives from the phone.
okay, it should be there. If it's not there, we don't have it.
You can't do it from your end, Edith?
No, because I'm not host, but it's also depending on the Zoom platform. There's some that are paid for having live on YouTube's, Facebook, etc. But there's others that don't have that I don't know,
Well,
feature.
I don't see.
Maybe you could put you host, Edith, so you try yourself.
Yeah, put me host, Stuart. So if you click on my name on the three dots at the right, then just put me host and I'll try it.
Now I have just two options.
I can't. It doesn't say the. Oh yeah, make host. Okay.
Yes, I made you host. Yes.
Yeah,
Already.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
There you go, Edith.
Yeah, thank you. I see it. Okay. Oh yeah, we don't have a co-host capacity either. Okay, so this is a different platform. You're right. We cannot go live. No, I don't have it. No.
Can't go live?
No.
Oh wow, that's bad. That's too bad.
So I'm just gonna put you back host, Nathalie, because we can't do it.
Well, how can I put it back?
I already did. You are the host now.
So maybe we can do it from the phone, isn't it? If somebody is on the Zoom on the phone, is it possible from the phone?
Yeah, well, it's just that, for example, if I do it from here, it will take the screen. It will never be like the same quality or the same interaction.
So maybe with the
Now you can
recording.
start moderating already, I think. We can open the conference.
But it's being recorded, so maybe after it can be uploaded on YouTube or something. It's just that it's not going to be live, that's for sure.
Yes, we make a recording, so you will get the video, okay?
Because of the microphone.
Perfect. Thank you, Nathalie.
No.
Monday.
I will try to figure out how it works later, okay, for the next one.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Yos. Hi, Dana. Nice to meet you. Now the room is ready and the moderator will start the meeting. So nice to see you all in Zoom.
Natalie? Maria? Noel? What is your last?
I can see the room. There is many people. How many people are able to be in the room?
Maria.
It's a big chapel. I think we're gonna move you guys upstairs.
How is the capacity, Dana? Oh, she's out. So is everybody received the program? I think so. Hello, Kag. How are you? So on the Zoom, I know everybody of you, excepted some Angel and Mary Jane. So
Angel Pelletier, she's with us. Nathalie, she's part of the Life
Mary
Givers
Jane
Network.
too. Mary Jane too is with
No.
your team. No, who is Mary Jane?
I know you from Doha. I'm just listening.
Yes, I remember.
Hi, how are you?
How are you? I see. Yes, we met in Qatar. Yes, I sent the link to a few of you. So you can introduce yourself if you want, Mary Jane.
Sure. My name's Mary Jane Wutsanas. I'm in California. I've done a lot of peace building, bridge building here with people from different religions and cultures and backgrounds and economic backgrounds. And now I'm coming to the UN. I'll be at the CSW next Wednesday doing a seminar on helping us speak up more in our communities. So it's really great to be here and see and meet everyone. Et merci beaucoup de tout. Je parle un peu de français. Merci.
Oui, c'est formidable. On est beaucoup de francophones. Mais ce soir, on va essayer de faire bilingue, hein. Je vais leur rappeler qu'il faut traduire. Kag, tu veux te présenter?
Oui, bonjour à tous et bonsoir surtout. Je suis Kag Sanoussi, je suis président de l'Institut international de gestion des conflits et je suis également enseignant dans certaines universités et nous travaillons sur les questions de négociations stratégiques et complexes et surtout nous travaillons en faisant des savoirs endogènes africains, des savoirs scientifiques et en partant des proverbes, des concepts pour trouver des outils innovants en termes donc de négociation stratégique et de gestion des conflits.
Très bien. Kadiatou, tu veux te présenter?
Allô, vous m'entendez?
Oui, toi par contre, tu seras speaker, donc juste rapidement parce
You
que
heard me?
tu auras la
You
parole.
heard me?
Yes, yes, I hear you. We can hear you.
Ah, ok. Je suis Kadiatou Traoré et je suis journaliste, consultante en communication pour le développement et analyste des enjeux du Sahel, la diaspora basée à Washington, D.C. Je suis la présidente fondatrice d'une organisation non gouvernementale qui a été lancée depuis 1994, qui travaille sur les droits de la femme et des enfants en Afrique. À ce titre, l'organisation est aussi à une accréditation auprès de ECOSOC. Ouais, merci.
Donc tu seras une des intervenantes tout à l'heure. On a également Asiya. Asiya, tu veux te présenter rapidement?
Yes, so my name is Asia Larussi, ou Asia. Je sais pas si on est plutôt francophone ici ou on parle anglais.
Les deux, en fait, ici, je vois que des francophones, à part, je pense que, juste si, il y a Stuart qui parle anglais. It's better to switch into English, please.
Okay. So I'm one of the founding persons for Lumina House, and I work with Lumina House. It's an ecosystem for women who are innovators and creative and intellectual. So we have different places across the world, and currently I'm based in London, where we house women who are founders and startup founders, innovators, and we give them the space and events and creation to be able to one, fix a lot of the problems within the world, and two, be able to access a community in which they have all of the resources that they need to be implementing these ideas. And so that's what I do. And I do a lot of partnerships. I go around the world. So recently I've been to Paris, and then we're establishing a home there as well for women.
So, Edith, thank you. Edith, could you
Yeah, thank you.
introduce you and your friend? Yes, please, and Stuart.
It's gonna go a great peace to everybody. My name is Edith. I am daughter of Soko, granddaughter of Panchita, great-granddaughter of Celsa. I am from the Zapotec Nation. I was born in Mexica territory, and I am under the protection of the Wolf Clan of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy within the Longhouse of the Hill. And I am also temporary representative for the Life Givers Nation in the Wolf Clan. We founded the Life Givers Nation about 6 years ago in accordance with the Turo Wampum Peace Treaty that the Ganyangahaga and the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy gave to the non-native people. So I open the floor to Stuart, if you want to introduce yourselves too.
Ona gadiwa higa joko, so what on see us nyardi. Gazitan Zrio Yujits, Gahawi Noji, on Dudgets Queen and Star, no not Herdoni. My name is Gazitan Zrio. This is the name that my mother has given me. This it means pretty bird, and when she was alive in this world, she carried the sacred title of Wolf Clan Mother into the Longhouse. And so, as we are a matrilineal people. I follow my mother's line, and so I am a Wolf Clan because my mother is a Wolf Clan. I am a carrier of her sacred great law of peace, her original instruction into the Longhouse today.
And sorry, I guess that Angel, please, you want to introduce yourself too?
Hi, I'm Angela. I'm daughter of Jeanne Mance, granddaughter of Jeanne Aimée, and great-granddaughter of Marianne. I'm the Turtle Clan temporary representative in the Life Givers Nation, and I'm Turo Wampum liaison for Ganyangahaga Traditional Council.
So, who spoke, Angel?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, you are a member of the community too?
The Life Givers Nation was founded in agreement with the Turo Wampum Peace Treaty. The Turo Wampum Peace Treaty is the one that the people of the Longhouse gave to the foreign people that were coming to their land. So it was first given to the Dutch, then to the French, then to the English. And within the respect of that Turo Wampum, understanding that so-called Canadians or so-called Quebecois people do not belong to this land, but they came to this land, then humbling to that reality, the Life Givers Nation was created to bring all of the life givers from all of the different paths in the world to come to learn to the great law of peace and to apply it in our daily lives. But also we have a council, a women's council, where we take positions, we take decisions, and we learn from the great law of peace. So Angel is the Turtle Clan representative. We have three clans, like the Ganyangahaga is the turtle, wolf, and bear, and they are the deliberation process of the initiation, the deliberation, and the verification. That actually the so-called United States sat with the people of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy to inspire themselves and create the three-party system, although, of course, it's nothing like what it is in reality.
Alors, je sais pas qui a partagé le document. Whose document is it? Et on a perdu les autres. Est-ce que vous voyez les autres? On a perdu la salle?
Non, non, on n'a pas perdu la salle, c'est que c'est parti sur un autre écran, donc il faut que la personne supprime. Comme tu es hôte, tu peux supprimer quand même le partage, tu peux arrêter le partage.
Oui, j'enlève le partage.
Ouais.
Ah non, attends, c'est pas comme ça.
Là, tu as fait un autre partage.
Alors, attends, faut que je supprime le partage. Je dois laisser le partage ou pas?
Non, non, tu le supprimes, mais normalement, les autres sont là, c'est que tu ne les vois pas. Tout le monde est là.
Voilà, là c'est bon? Vous voyez plus mon écran?
C'est bon.
Là, c'est bon, ouais.
Par contre, moi, je vous vois pas. Et il est où votre écran?
Mais on te voit, toi, hein. C'est
Ah, si,
comment...
vous êtes là. United Nations New York, c'est ça. Ok. Eh ben, on vous attend. Vous démarrez ou pas? Qui est le modérateur? On attend que le modérateur. Normalement, c'est New York qui gère la modération. Où est Andris? On a le programme normalement. Est-ce que vous suivez le programme ou pas? C'est qui? C'était Olivier ou pas? Je vois pas qui. Ils ont coupé le son. Alors, c'est embêtant, hein, parce que là, effectivement... Attendez, ils vont m'appeler. Oui, Olivier, c'est quoi le problème?
Nathalie,
Oui, c'est quoi le problème?
il n'y a pas de problème, il y avait assez de monde, hein. Ce n'était pas prévu, mais on est obligé de transférer. Trop de monde, Nathalie. Nathalie, on
Oui.
a trop de monde, la salle était trop petite maintenant. On est obligé de nous changer de salle, c'est ça.
Ah, on vous change de salle, là. Ok, ok.
Oui, oui.
Ah bon, alors donc c'est pas...
On n'avait comme on dit, on n'avait plus de
On a
50
trop de
chaises.
succès.
Il y
D'accord.
avait trop de personnes. Bon, on va commencer parce que c'est eux qui sont en train de nous faire d'autres choses.
Donc vous déménagez le lieu, c'est ça?
Ça, c'est le...
Vous déménagez de salle, c'est ça?
Non, je t'appelais, c'était pour te dire que comme il y avait plus de gens, il se pourrait que tout le monde n'ait pas quelque chose à faire. Pas grave, non, ou bien
Que tout le monde n'est pas quoi?
tout le monde n'aura pas quelque chose à se mettre sous là-dedans. Est-ce que c'est pas
Ah,
grave?
Non, mais c'est pas grave, maintenant c'est trop tard, on peut pas faire plus. On avait prévu pour 50 personnes.
Oui, oui,
oui.
d'accord. Ceux qui auront la
Mais,
chambre, mais la chance, c'est que ils ont interdit à ceux qu'on amène le repas au niveau de la chapelle, donc c'est au business. Ceux qui auront la latitude de redescendre, bon, ils vont aller retoucher, quoi. Je pense que certaines personnes, quand ils vont finir, ils vont partir. Donc,
Ok, en partant, vous pourrez faire le buffet en partant. Alors,
non, mais c'est une bonne chose qu'il y ait plus de monde que
oui, oui,
prévu.
non, juste pour ceux qui sont en ligne, donc je vous explique un peu le contexte aujourd'hui. Donc aujourd'hui, en France, sur le Zoom, vous n'aurez pas grand monde parce que déjà, j'ai pas invité beaucoup de gens, mais il est minuit en France ici, donc
Oui.
c'est la raison pour laquelle il y aura beaucoup moins de gens connectés que la dernière fois où il y avait quand même comment dire, un décalage horaire qui était moins. Oui, Olivier?
ok, non, moi, je prends juste un temps.
Oui, en ligne, oui. En ligne, il n'y aura pas beaucoup de monde. J'ai surtout invité les intervenants principaux en ligne. Et parce que les autres vont pas avoir le courage de se connecter à minuit.
On va à la disposition du manger ou bien tu es occupé.
Vas-y, vas-y, fais la vidéo. Oui. Mais donc, vous avez une autre salle, c'est ça? Le buffet est dans une autre salle.
Non?
Oui.
Tu n'as pas mis ta caméra, c'est ça, hein? Ok, tu vois, ok.
Ah, d'accord, c'est à l'entrée. Oui, oui, je vois. Au sous-sol. Oui, je vois où c'est. Mais la salle la salle.
Avant, il y a deux nouveaux qui...
Oui, mais la salle, elle est où alors, la nouvelle?
Ah oui, je suis au basement, donc ça coupe, hein, je remonte. La
Mais
connexion n'est pas bonne ici,
et
Nathalie.
où est la salle? Pourquoi vous n'avez pas le droit de monter le buffet?
C'est une chapelle, c'est pour la prière.
Ah, d'accord. Donc, comment vous allez faire pour le buffet?
Mais ce que je te disais, non. Et puis, non seulement ça ne suffit pas, mais on va annoncer ceux qui ont fait vont descendre. Moi, j'avais peur que tout le monde descende, tout le monde descende. Ça devient une honte pour nous parce que le repas ne suffit pas. C'était ma question que je te posais.
Non, c'est pas grave, c'est pas grave. Faut le finir. Tant pis, c'est pas grave. Mais si, il y aura assez pour tout le monde. Il y aura assez pour tout le monde.
Ok, ok, on y va.
C'est coupé en morceaux. C'est coupé en morceaux.
D'accord.
À tout à l'heure.
Ah,
Ouais.
à tout à
Donc,
l'heure.
pour vous expliquer, donc on a depuis que on a fait, vous rappelez le side event, Edith, Stuart, et puis bah, donc Kag est nouveau. Et pour ceux qui sont nouveaux, vous pouvez pas, vous avez pas ceux qui n'ont pas suivi septembre. Donc depuis, je suis retournée à New York. C'était pour quelle occasion? Ah oui, il y a eu d'autres événements à New York où j'ai pu intervenir avec il y avait une réunion pour la présidente de l'Assemblée générale de New York. J'ai réussi à faire un discours. Enfin, parmi toutes les voix qui étaient levées, toutes les associations, j'ai levé ma main et c'est moi qui ai été désignée parmi 5 autres intervenants. Donc, j'ai eu la chance de pouvoir poser des questions directement à la présidente. Et dans 2 jours, je retourne à New York où j'ai beaucoup de chance en ce moment. Donc, je pense que Pangée devient un peu plus reconnu au niveau des Nations Unies. Quasiment toutes mes demandes de prise de parole sont acceptées, ce qui n'est pas forcément évident, ce qui n'est pas forcément le cas, ce qui n'était pas forcément le cas les années passées. The other year, oh, sorry for Stuart, so I will switch in English. So I just said that Pangaea was very successful to get the statements agreed by the United Nations. Every time I ask for a statement or organizing an event, we are selected. So it's a very good news because it was not that case a few years ago. So we are very satisfied, even for the event in Abu Dhabi during the 15th Congress of Crime. We could organize an event with the peace charter topic. It's amazing. So because it's an event about a UN event with criminality, but the problem is that with the bombing and the war, so maybe the event will not be in April. So.
That might be cool.
What? Who's talked?
There was a microphone mistake somewhere, Nathalie, don't worry.
So the other things is I attended the session, the press session of the CSW70. So also they agreed for my next statement. So I will have a statement in front of all the ambassadors in a few days. So I will go back to New York in a few days for that. So I can send to you my statement too. So for the First Nation, I have just a message for you because some of my friends just sent me a message. So here's the feedback from the team approaching the indigenous community from, I think, also Canada. The Peace Charter is not very clear in its current form. It's just the same thing quite the similar, same profile of answer that you did. So the peace charter is not very clear in its current form. We should prepare it on proper letterhead and include a clear explanation of why the indigenous community is being asked to sign it and how it benefits their cause. Providing that context will help them better understand the purpose and value of the document. So that's very interesting to have the vision of another community, and that you can help how to figure out how we can settle a first dynamic to push a whole. So you make suggestions, so maybe you will read your statement, or I don't know what you will talk about, but I think it's very important today. If you can do it, if you can settle an agreement or something, you can help us to figure out how we can launch the movement with the First Nation. That's what I want. That's you, First Nation, would support and be the first one to launch that revising of the UN Charter, or launching a new peace charter. So we have this alternative. The first one is we revise the current United Nations charters, the San Francisco charters. And the second option is to do it by ourselves, a new one, including all of you, all of the people who are not already included. So,
Okay, if I may, just to address
Dear
that.
Natalie,
sorry, Stuart.
please,
Yes.
you're gonna start the lecture. The room is gonna be for you. Please listen to the room, and they will tell you when you start. You are on the big screen now.
I have to start now. Do you have est-ce que vous avez il n'y a pas la coordinatrice, enfin il y a pas il devait y avoir quelqu'un, non? Quelqu'un d'autre là-bas?
You are on the big screen. So in 2 minutes, you're gonna start. I'm gonna let you know on the other phone, okay? On the other Zoom. So she will present you, and then when I say like this, you're gonna start your lecture.
Great. I'm sorry, Stuart, but they managed from New York for the timing. So, but
Okay,
we have
so
2 minutes, yes. Yes, go ahead.
should I wait until
No,
to
go ahead. We have 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, so for the participation of the original peoples of Turtle Island, we have been engaged with you, with all the non-native people from around the world in the process of peace for over 400 years now. And that process is identified as the Degani Diohade of the Two-Row Wampum. This is the Two-Row Wampum Peace Treaty that Edith referred to earlier, that was first presented to the Dutch in the year 1616. It was picked up by the French, by the British, by the Americans. It's a peace agreement that we are engaged with everyone. So it's not that we would be signing on to something new. It's that we are participating through our treaty process that has been established for over 400 years now. And just for everyone to understand that the Two-Row Wampum is not.
That's it. We start.
You have to tell her because we're going to call her.
Nathalie, we call you. Please come to the screen.
Okay. So can you see me?
Yes.
Can you see me? Is it okay for you?
Yes.
So should I start now my statement?
No, hold on.
Should I start my statement now, Dana? I can't hear you. Can I start?
Mute for now. Mute. Mute for now.
Mute.
Good evening, everyone. Again, and we just want to thank you for your patience and excuse us for the time. You know, we needed a larger room, but bigger is better. I say, right? So once again, just want to appreciate you. And my name is Dr. Mecca Nelson. I am happy to be here and support everyone that's involved with this event. I'm not going to stand here too long, but I'm going to introduce myself a little bit. I'm Dr. Mecca Nelson, Gold Star spouse. Gold Star spouse, basically, I'm a widow of a soldier that was killed in combat, a Haitian warrior. And I am vice chair of the New York City Council Veteran Advisory Board. And I am proud to be here, and I'm a proud mom of a first responder. So I just wanted to say that. Distinguished guests, ambassadors, and colleagues and friends, good evening and welcome. It is a pleasure to open this important conversation during the 7th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. I would like to extend sincere appreciation to PNG, OMG, and the President, Nathalie Kesler, for organizing this dialogue and for their continued commitment to advancing peace, cooperation, and women's leadership. Today we gather around a timely and meaningful reflection, the role of women in advancing a global peace charter based on nonviolence. Our conversation takes place within the framework of this year's CSW theme, Rights, Justice, and Action. These 3 words remind us that progress requires more than just discussion. It requires leadership, partnership, and steps towards building more inclusive societies. Across the world, women play vital roles in sustaining communities, promoting dialogue, and advancing peace. Yet women remain underrepresented in many of the spaces where decisions about diplomacy, economy development, and peace building are made. Today's dialogue invites us to reflect on how we strengthen the participation and leadership of women in shaping policies, promoting justice, and building sustainable peace. This discussion also connects to a broader idea of a global peace struggle inspired by the spirit of reflected in Article 109 of the United Nations Charter, encouraging the international community to continue strengthening frameworks that support peace, collaboration among nations. We are honored to have distinguished speakers joining us this evening who will share their perspectives and experience. Before we begin, participants will also have the opportunity to contribute their voice to this initiative through a QR code provided during the session, allowing everyone to present to support the vision of peace, charter, grounded in nonviolence and cooperation. Thank you for being part of this important conversation. Let us begin our dialogue. Our first speaker will be Nathalie Kesler, President of PNG OMG Peace Engineers. Give her a round of applause.
So do you have the floor? Is it possible to turn the computer so we could see you? I'm not sure. Dana? Dana, can you hear me? Dana? It doesn't work. Dana?
Yes, please,
Oui.
just
Speak.
you can just start the lecture. We are waiting for you to speak.
Okay, that's fine. So, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier chaleureusement l'équipe de New York et tout particulièrement l'équipe d'Andris, Dana York, Olivier, Maria, ainsi que toutes les personnes qui ont contribué à l'organisation de cet événement. À savoir que moi, je ne pouvais pas être avec vous parce que j'organise un festival à Cannes, un événement à Cannes pendant le festival, et je suis actuellement en France. So, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to warmly thank the New York team, especially the team of Andris Bass, Ipepe Dier, Dana Work, Olivier Dedinger, Maria, and all those who contributed to organizing this event. So, should I translate in French? Dana, what do you prefer? So I translate in French and English or only in English? Is everybody speaking
Yes, I
English?
think everybody speaks English.
So on the Zoom too? So I will do only in English. So this event follows the two side events we organized last September in New York during the United Nations General Assembly for UN80, where we already discussed the early foundations of a peace charter. Today, it is important to recall the objectives of this peace charter, but also to reflect on the central role of women, the central role women can play in building peace, in what we call peace engineering, and in envisioning a world imagined by women, one that respects the rhythm of children, for example. So, following the reflections from our first side events, where Nicole Barth participated, for example, along with the Longhouse First Nation, represented by Edith Castellan and Stuart Millo, Kadiatou Traore too, so many people. It is important to stress that this peace charter represents above all the beginning of a process. This process rests on several pillars aimed at both initiating and de-escalating conflicts. The idea of a global constitution suggested by Stuart Millo is certainly an inspiring vision, but it belongs to a longer time frame. Our immediate priority is simpler. So, to gather as many people as possible from the most diverse backgrounds. So that's the first aim, the first goal, because too often societies are divided in order to be controlled. For this reason, we deliberately wrote a short and accessible first draft of the charter, intended to launch a global dynamic around one central idea, the refusal to kill another human being under any circumstances, including at the level of states. That's the new things, at the level of states too. So, of course, nobody is allowed to kill anybody else, but only states do it. So that's the problem. Actually, it's very enormous. Actually, because of the war. But so we say we are into war now, but the war always continued after the Second World War. So it's weird to say we are in war now. We always been in war since the end of the Second World War. So this initiative, I will be brief. So this initiative also stems from an obvious reality, the need to update certain international structures. The United Nations Charter has not been revised for more than 80 years. Yet Article 109 explicitly provides the possibility and even the obligation of such a revision. We therefore encourage political leaders, diplomats, and heads of states to seriously consider activating this provision. Likewise, the Bretton Woods Conference, which shaped the global monetary system, established a model largely based on debt and speculation, even though an alternative based on balanced exchanges had been proposed by the British delegation and by Keynes, John Maynard Keynes, the famous economist. If states do not initiate this revision, other actors may help open the path. I think about Third Nation, we had the honor to host them today, to welcome them. African kingdoms and cultures and people that are not currently represented in international institutions. This could mark the beginning of an important realization. The world can be organized differently. Furthermore, the current charter does not sufficiently address many contemporary issues. Women's rights, the governance of artificial intelligence, or the protection of children. These are just a few topics. These themes could eventually lead to the development of a true global constitution for peace. So, in conclusion, the petition you have in the QR code and the peace charter we propose are deliberately simple and minimalist. Their purpose is not to impose a model, but to bring together as many people as possible into a shared process. A process based on non-violence, human dignity, and one simple but fundamental principle, the refusal to kill another human being. So I hope to every speaker to be to enlighten the vision of the woman and to reflect the spirit of non-violence. And if you can work on that few basis, maybe the world would be better. So I hope to everybody a good conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Give a round of applause. Thank you so much for showing the importance of women and the launching of the charter, which makes sense. We totally appreciate you for the work that you're doing. I would like to introduce the amazing Dr. Ajus Bass, founder and chairwoman of the Institute of Public Policy Diplomacy Research, IPPDR, which is a proud ambassador of.
I want to thank you to Nathalie for that amazing initiative. And also, I'm just going up the scale. The reason I'm going up the scale because a lot of you, if I say my article 109 years ago, it was very interesting yesterday. I was with UNDP. Who's the one responsible for what thing and anything about peace building? And it was like amazing how you go about Article 109. What Article 109 is good for us? What is going to do for us? Why we have going to make sure the UN change that charter to make it non-violent? Because Article 109, when it was created in 1945, probably second was we as a black country. A lot of you guys was not even free. a lot of African countries was not free. They were still slaves. Then you write something to free me, to help me with peace, without knowing about me, or me being the table. They same like somebody coming into your house, they say, I'm going to feed you, but I'll give you whatever I want to feed you without asking you what type of food you can eat. Since this year, the term is right justice and action. It is our time to take that action to make everyone understand. Article 109 must be applied. That's the way the global south, the Latin American country, a certain country that tried before can be on the Council of Peace and everything about us supposed to be what we do about us, not what we think. That's the reason the Article 109 is very important. As it was mentioned, they give you a barcode. The barcode will allow you to go straight to the article in your language, you read it, and you sign for it. That's the way we can send all those signatures to the Secretary General. That's the way you can understand this is what he already read it. Then he was very interested. But do you know to change something, you need more than 10,000 signatures? We have more than 10,000 people. Especially the girls. We need to have the seat at the table. To have that stuff, to have that seat, we need to bring probably our own chair. Probably sit close to somebody who already got a chair. And learn how to collaborate with others. I can tell you, the way I wish is not because I know anything, but because I lay myself and I put myself close to the people I know. I got one of my daughters here. She's a young woman working at this building. She's a peace building expert. She's working with Sierra Leone, but she's from Cameroon. Cameroon doesn't have the seat for the security person. Why? None of you, don't say that. None of the African countries does that. Huh? Not the permanency. We need a permanency. We don't want every 2 years just to come to give your opinion. We don't. We need to be there. If you're talking about me in the room, that's mean you want to know me. This is the action. We need the UN to understand. The action we taken now, the right, justice, and action. Is one of the actions is to make sure they understand we need a chapter of non-violence. They need to start turning this vocabulary on that peace charter. That's the way we can be inclusive. They have no inclusivity when the margin of people is not there. When the African, the Latin American, the indigenous people, not there. This is the idea of what you hear. To put your voice, and I can guarantee you, when you put your voice, especially women, we move. And we move, things happen. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bass, for explaining what the 109 is about and sharing that information, because there's a lot in the room that doesn't know about it, and bringing attention to it. I would like to bring in, is Maria online? Maria Collera? She's not there? All right. I would like to introduce Professor Dr. Donna York, and we're looking forward to hearing from her. We're already best friends and we just met. Thank you. It is a fantastic honor for me to be here, as I got this badge 2 days ago. Thank you. I'm going to talk about nonviolence, women, and how to heal with love. You know, in the Bible, as we are at the church, it says, it's the worst thing to speak bad about somebody else. That's the worst thing. It's in Exodus and in Leviticus. Also in Exodus, it says, treat nice and respectful the person you never saw before. The person you don't know, because you never know that person. It might change your life. You have to be respectful to the person you don't know. What makes me competent to speak about nonviolence? And when we think about nonviolence, immediately we think of violence. And when we think of violence against women, we think of rape. My heart goes to the children from Boko Haram in Nigeria, in Kenya. My heart goes to Iranian women in prison that they get raped. Iraqi women, Israeli women on 7th of October, and then hostages that they were raped by 3 men for an entire month. So for them, the law has to change. What would be the punishment for war rape? You tell me, what do you think that would be the punishment that deserves this terrible crime that was used historically? We know how it was used historically. And when you think, we have that memory, and that memory brings post-traumatic stress. Post-traumatic stress. What made me competent to talk about post-traumatic stress? Because I was myself more violent. I was victim of violence, and I had post-traumatic stress, and I healed. How? Once, you have to remove the victim from the place where the aggression, the crime happened. You remove the victim so no other aggression will happen to that victim. Second, you make sure all the belongings, because a victim of violence can be robbed or can be victim of scam or theft. And then third, the most important, immediate short boost of happiness. A dance is looking here to meet you all, to see these beautiful faces, to make you friends. An orgasm, it makes you forget what terrible thing, what happened to you. Nice food, something, boost of immediate happiness. Then fourth, the survivor victim has to be surrounded by people that really love her. They want their best for her. Fifth, it is that the victim has to do something they like so much that she will completely be so busy and she will never ever think of what happened to her, and she'll just be happy. Or him, because there are many boys victim of violence as well. I wasn't raped, but I was hit. And when I was in Tanzania, at the Chibo village, Agape orphanage, I created an Alliance Club here to raise awareness for them. These are children, victims of gender-based violence. They were surprised to see a white victim of violence. So I tell them what happened to me. I got hit in the face. So I fell on the left side. And I got hit 50 times, all into the head. Because if you fell on that side, when you fell, so lucky my eyes are there, my nose, I got traumatic brain injury, but God protected me. So then we all have a mission to be happy and to create beautiful peace. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Dr. New York. And thank you for speaking about PTSD because there's various forms of trauma that can cause you to have PTSD. But thank you also for sharing your stories and how love can uh, help rebuild self, and especially as a woman, but even as a man, and even as you. Thank you so much. Savannah Savard, give her a round of applause, one our speaker.
It is a pleasure to be here tonight. I'm from Haiti, and tonight I will be speaking on behalf of the women of Haiti. Were, say that in English. Well, Haiti is in a state of war, but we don't say it like that. And women are being abused, raped, and I had the chance to visit camps, refugee camps, and girls, women in Haiti need the world to look at Haiti differently. My speech now is in French. I apologize for that, but can I just go ahead with it? Excellence, distingués délégués, chers frères et sœurs du monde, je prends la parole aujourd'hui pour Haïti, au nom des femmes haïtiennes, des femmes héritières d'une histoire sublime, des femmes qui ont contribué à engendrer l'un des actes les plus inouïs de l'histoire de l'humanité. La fondation d'une nation libre, arrachée à l'ordre esclavagiste par la détermination invincible d'êtres humains qui refusèrent de plier, de céder, de disparaître. Haïti n'est pas seulement un territoire. Haïti est une idée de dignité, de liberté, de souveraineté. Et dans cette œuvre de liberté, les femmes haïtiennes furent présentes partout où s'inventait le monde plus libre. Dans les plantations insurgées, où s'allumèrent les premières braises de la révolte, dans les docos des mornes imprenables d'Haïti, dans les camps des marrons libertaires, où se tramaient les stratégies de l'insoumission, sur les champs de bataille, jusque dans la foule de Vertières, où l'ultime affrontement consacra la victoire d'un peuple plus debout. Dans la transmission des savoirs, la guérison des corps meurtris, la résistance culturelle et la construction silencieuse mais décisive du premier empire noir des Amériques. Les femmes de la Révolution haïtienne qui conduisit à l'indépendance de 1804 portaient les messages, soignaient les combattants, nourrissaient les troupes, cachaient les insurgés, transmettaient les codes, soutenaient les offensives et lorsque l'heure l'exigeait, elles combattaient. Ainsi, à Vertières, comme dans chaque étape de la lutte, la liberté haïtienne ne fut pas seulement conquise par les armes, elle fut enfantée par un peuple entier, et les femmes en furent les gardiennes, les nourricières et les vies. Nous sommes les descendants de ces femmes. Mais aujourd'hui, la réalité que vivent les femmes haïtiennes est renversante, bouleversante, inacceptable. Notre pays est réduit à un espace fragmenté, où l'autorité publique est contestée, où la violence armée se déploie au cœur des quartiers, où les corps des femmes sont devenus des territoires de guerre, où les déplacements forcés, les viols collectifs, les enlèvements et les extorsions brisent des vies, des familles, des communautés entières. Et il y a aussi cette autre violence, plus silencieuse, mais tout aussi destructrice, celle faite aux droits politiques des femmes, lorsque celles qui s'engagent dans la vie publique et se présentent aux élections voient leur voix confisquée, leur légitimité contestée et leur victoire volée. Dans ce effondrement de l'ordre, ce sont les femmes qui portent le poids le plus lourd. Elles nourrissent, protègent, soignent et reconstruisent, souvent seules avec peu de ressources et sans protection. Il y a enfin l'injustice économique faite aux femmes, les Madame Sarah, le ventre vivant de l'économie haïtienne. Elles font circuler la nourriture, soutiennent les familles, maintiennent la vie quotidienne du pays. Et pourtant, elles sont privées d'accès au crédit, au système bancaire et à l'accompagnement institutionnel nécessaire pour sécuriser et faire croître leur activité. Les femmes haïtiennes ne sont pas seulement des victimes, elles sont des piliers, des résistantes, des bâtisseuses de paix, de solidarité et d'avenir. À travers ma voix, comme mère citoyenne, femme engagée, rassembleuse, c'est Haïti qui s'adresse au monde. Nous ne venons pas implorer, nous venons appeler à une responsabilité partagée, car aucune architecture durable de paix, de démocratie et d'égalité ne peut être construite dans un contexte où la souveraineté nationale est fragilisée, où les institutions sont affaiblies et où les décisions déterminantes pour l'avenir d'un pays échappent au contrôle démocratique du peuple. Dans de telles conditions, la pleine et effective participation des femmes à la vie publique et politique ne peut s'épanouir pleinement. Et la lutte contre la violence qui leur est faite ne peut produire des résultats durables. C'est pourquoi nous appelons à garantir cette participation à tous les niveaux de décision, dans les processus de transition, dans la reconstruction de l'État et de la refondation des institutions. Une minute, je vais conclure. Nous appelons à ce que la voix des femmes haïtiennes soit entendue, que leurs initiatives soient financées, que leurs organisations soient soutenues, que leur expertise soit reconnue et que leur leadership soit respecté. Alors, malgré le chaos, la douleur et la peur, les femmes haïtiennes continuent d'organiser les réseaux d'entraide, de faire vivre les économies locales, d'éduquer les enfants, de préserver la culture et de préparer les fondations de notre avenir. Un avenir où Haïti retrouvera sa vocation première, celle de terre de liberté. Merci.
Speaking about the strength of the women, but also the reality of women that are in Haiti. And we know as a woman, silence is not option. You refuse to stay silent, right? Thank you so much. And Davika, excuse me if I pronounce your name incorrect. Davika Bisara Shaw.
Yes, thank you.
Round of applause.
Good night, everybody. My name is Vika. I'm from the island of Bonaire. I'm going to tell you a little story about our island. Distinguished delegates, sisters and brothers, I speak today not only as a woman from Bonaire, but as a voice of people whose peaceful struggle for dignity, justice, and self-governance continue, believe it or not, in the 21st century. The Peace Charter Initiative promotes a framework based on nonviolence, dialogue, and the protection of life and human dignity through inclusive participation of communities, civil society, indigenous people, and international partners in peaceful process. This story of a small remote island, a people of 12,000 who from 1955 to 2010 live under the protection and promise of the Charter of the United Nations. We believe in that promise. We believe that the principles of self-determination, equality, peace, and human dignity would safeguard our future and the future of our children. But for the people, that promise was broken in 2010. We were forced into annexation in violation of international law. Our population grew from 12,000 to 30,000, reducing the native population from 80% to 30%, making us a minority on our own island. We face cultural and demographic because of the failed constitution safeguards and the very charter that was meant to protect us has instead been used in ways that left our people oppressed, unheard of, and politically weakened, a mechanism that should have guaranteed dignity, because in practice, a structure under which our rights and our voice was distinguished. And yet our pain of struggle remained peaceful. The principle of the Peace Charter reinforced the commitment to a peaceful struggle grounded in international law, human rights, and constructive dialogue within the United Nations system, aim at ensuring that the voice of dignity and future of Bonnier people are respected. For the women of Bonnier, our elders, our children, and for the next generation, we call on the United Nations that protects us as it promised, that listened and should, and stood on the side of justice, the right of the peoples to shape their own future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right now, we're gonna go into a transition of speakers. Our speakers come here. Recorded. On this side. Thank you so much. You guys can come on to the left side. Give them a round of applause. And thank you so much for speaking about the community and how the changes had occurred inside the community.
Ils ont un problème de son.
We would like to introduce say just, say just, say just, vas. Say it. Vasselin, say just. Give a round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vasselin Saint-Just Malvoisin. I am a Haitian American woman, a mother, a nurse who believes that peace does not begin only in diplomatic rooms or international agreements. Peace begins much closer to home. It begins in the kitchen, where mothers stretch a meal so everyone can eat.
J'essaye de les appeler parce qu'on n'a plus de son. Ok. Ah, c'est pas évident le format hybride. En plus, ils sont dans une église. Hein. Vous avez vu, c'est beau. Alors, je vais essayer d'avoir Olivier.
Information.
Ça y est.
It is the lived experience. In Haiti, women have always been the backbone of families and communities during the most difficult times. Peace is not simply the absence of violence for us. Peace is dignity. Peace is opportunity. Peace is education. Peace is ensuring that women have a seat at the table when decisions about their communities and their futures are being made. When women participate in leadership, communities become more stable, economies grow stronger, and conflicts are more likely to be resolved without violence. So when we speak about building a global peace charter based on nonviolence, we must recognize something important. Women are not only participants in peace building, they are often the foundation of it. Supporting women is not charity. It is not symbolism. It is strategic strategy. Because when women rise, communities stabilize. When communities stabilize, nations strengthen. And when nations strengthen, peace becomes possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for speaking about peace and positivity. I think for now, that's like it stays, right? Especially now. Look, I'm starting saying I'm gonna stay on track. So I would also like to have if I pronounce your name incorrectly, forgive me. Tindas? Yeah! NC, the last name.
Don't worry, the last name everybody will just
Yeah.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Tatenda Jumbo, which translates to thank you. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your presence. You are valuable. That's the first thing I want to say to all the individuals in here. And the second thing I want to say is turn to your neighbor and say hi. You have to turn to your neighbor and say hi. Thank you. Tell your neighbor that you are valuable, you are powerful, and you are needed. We need more of this. We need more of conversations where women take up space and they are able to lead. You don't need to be professional. Personally, I am tired of the etiquette. I am tired of the protocol. I am tired of reading off of scripts and we don't do anything about it. What is my grandmother doing in the rural areas if she cannot access the United Nations and hear the Secretary General speaking? She needs me to come home and translate what has been said in my native language. So if you and I cannot understand what the peace charter is saying, how can we go back home and effect change? How can we talk about peace when we're not even able to define what peace is? How can we talk about war when we're not even able to define what war is in the 21st century? It's no longer about nuclear power. It's no longer about the arms race. It's not about digital literacy. It's not about AI. It's not about being able to afford bread. If I'm not able to afford bread, how can I run for office? How can I be concerning myself with matters of politics and what politicians have to say? This is the conversation that are happening in rural areas. The people that don't have the same privilege that you and I have to be here at the United Nations this very day. So it is a privilege and an honor that we get to have these conversations. We get to be the voice of the voiceless. We get to be the power that we exchange, not just on platforms, but in grassroots organizations. We participate in politics. We allow women to be leaders, and we're able to support the women that are in leadership positions. It's not a competition. There is space for everybody to win. There is more than enough resources for you and I to make it big. Because it's not just about you and I making wealth. It's about generational legacy. So this is why I need you to teach me. I need the older women to make space for me, a 27-year-old woman, to speak at the table where decisions are being made. And we need more women in leadership roles. You'll be fascinated to know that only 30% of women are participating actively in politics globally. These are the same politicians that are making decisions over your healthcare, how you give birth, how you treat it for
Dire le
cancer,
son. Ouais.
what is over your menstrual cycle. So the more we have women
Moi,
in these places
on voit pas
that
la
talk the
personne qui parle
talk and walk the walk
sur
and are
l'écran.
able to that affect you and me, we'll see more change. So again, I put this question to you. What is peace? What is
Il n'y a plus
non-violence?
personne. Il faut aller chercher quelqu'un. Ouais,
On est en train de chercher, le gars a dit tout le monde est déjà parti, c'est seulement lui qui est là.
d'accord. Mais moi, vous m'avez entendu pourtant, non?
Oui, bon,
Est-ce que vous m'entendez là? Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Ou est-ce que ça fait interférence quand je parle? Est-ce que ça fait interférence quand moi je vous parle là? Vous m'entendez plus là, sur l'écran? Donc moi on va faire la conférence, on va faire notre meeting à part, ok? Dana? 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 Vous m'entendez? Je suis obligée d'interférer parce que là, juste pour dire pour ceux qui sont sur le Zoom qu'il y a un problème avec l'écran. Euh, Attends, Dana, je dois juste leur expliquer sur le Zoom. Il y a un problème avec l'écran. Donc, ceux qui devaient intervenir, donc on peut même pas faire un truc entre nous.
So what we call, I just want to say that human rights very important.
Est-ce que vous pouvez rétablir au moins le son pour nous? Pour ceux qui sont sur le Zoom, est-ce que vous pouvez au moins rétablir le son de la conférence? Sinon, nous, on sert à rien du tout là. On peut même pas suivre. Donc, bah, s'ils nous entendent pas, on peut faire nous quelque chose. Est-ce que vous nous entendez, nous? Allô? S'ils ont coupé notre son?
Can you guys hear us?
Yes, we can hear, but we can hear nothing in the conference. Non, ils ont coupé. Non, mais au moins.
Oui, Nathalie, tu as la possibilité, hein, sur la liste des participants, de lui demander de rétablir son son. Il faut que tu cliques sur le
Non,
micro.
non, 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 ça marche pas. C'est à Kadiatou. Kadiatou, c'est à toi. Kadiatou, c'est à toi.
Mhm.
Tatiana, can you please begin to speak?
Kadiatou, Kadiatou.
Could you begin to speak, please?
We can't hear you.
We can hear you, but we can't see you. Could you speak first, please?
No, that's why. It's like it's page 1, page 2. So this is an extension.
So you need to share.
Yeah.
Okay, so go to the top.
This and tell her to speak because she may not be able to hear me.
We're unmuted.
Yeah, we're muted.
Okay.
Peut-être que
Katiatou.
Kadiatou, elle...
Katiatou. Can you speak?
Kadiatou,
You hear me? Allô? Oui, je suis là.
ça y est.
Vous m'entendez?
Oui, c'est bon.
Oui, on t'entend bien, mais l'écran est bloqué. Comme ça, on n'avait pas la vidéo sauf sur le Zoom. Alors, le panel est là. Si vous voulez, ils vont continuer dans la salle jusqu'à le moment. Yes.
Mais elle peut parler ou pas? C'est à Kadiatou.
Katiatou, can you speak, please? Can you just begin to speak?
Non, Kadiatou, on t'entend plus. Kadiatou, on n'entend plus, on n'entend pas.
Edith?
Allô? Vous m'entendez maintenant?
Oui, là, c'est bon.
Please speak.
C'est bon?
Oui, c'est bon.
OK. J'ai enlevé. Donc, je commence à parler. C'est à moi la parole, hein, si je comprends bien.
Oui, c'est à toi.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Kadiatou. I can express myself in English, but I prefer to do in French because there are the Francophone in this room. So, and I don't know, but I would like to do in French. So, thank you to the Panji, thank you to everybody here in this room, particularly to the Panji and President Nathalie Kesler, to give me the opportunity to talk during this CSW 17, So we talk about the role des femmes dans l'élaboration de la Charte mondiale de la paix fondée sur la non-violence. Alors, moi, ce que j'ai vraiment à dire là, c'est aujourd'hui, allô? Nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui autour de ce meeting CSW, la 70e, à un moment où la violence et la polarisation dévastent les communautés, mais aussi à un moment où les femmes dirigent certaines des responsabilités non violentes les plus créatives à ces crises. Alors que cette commission met l'accent sur l'accès à la justice pour toutes les femmes et les filles, nous avons une occasion unique de relier la justice à une charte mondiale de la paix fondée sur la non-violence, inspirée par l'expérience, le savoir et le leadership des femmes. Alors, pourquoi une charte de la non-violence a besoin des femmes? Partout dans le monde, les femmes ne sont pas seulement des victimes des conflits, elles sont aussi des stratèges, des médiatrices et des organisatrices du changement non violent. Les recherches sur les mouvements non violents montrent que lorsque les femmes y participent massivement, ces mouvements sont plus inclusifs et souvent plus efficaces dans la réalisation du changement démocratique. Je vais me baser sur relater ici 2 exemples. Au Libéria, en 2003, le mouvement Women of Liberia Mass Action for Peace, réunissant des femmes chrétiennes et musulmanes, a organisé
des sit-ins, des prières publiques et des manifestations non violentes qui ont contribué à pousser les parties belligérantes à signer l'accord de paix d'Accra en 2003. Leur dirigeante, Lema Bowie, actuellement, a ensuite reçu le prix Nobel de la paix, démontrant comment l'action collective non violente des femmes peut mettre fin à une guerre civile brutale. Au Rwanda aussi, qu'au Rwanda et au Burundi, les organisations de femmes ont créé des réseaux réunissant des femmes déplacées et réfugiées de différentes origines ethniques pour des ateliers sur la résolution non violente des conflits et la reconstruction nationale, contribuant ainsi à rétablir la confiance après le génocide et la guerre civile. Dans le Sahel aussi, nous avons des expériences. Les femmes sont devenues des faiseuses de paix informelles. Maintenant, la cohésion des familles et des communautés au milieu de l'insécurité au Mali, au Burkina Faso et au Niger, même lorsqu'elles sont exclues des négociations de paix officielles. Leur travail quotidien, médiation des différents locaux, organisation de groupes d'épargne, éducation des enfants, lutte contre les discours extrémistes est essentiel à la cohésion sociale et à la survie. Ces récits donnent vie à la résolution 1325 du Conseil de sécurité sur les femmes, la paix et la sécurité, qui reconnaît le rôle vital des femmes dans la prévention et la résolution des conflits et appelle à leur pleine participation à tous les processus de paix et de sécurité. Donc, une charte mondiale de la paix fondée sur la non-violence doit s'appuyer sur cet agenda et le traduire en actions concrètes. La non-violence ne se limite pas au sujet des armes. Elle consiste à bâtir des systèmes qui ne contraignent pas les femmes à choisir entre le silence et la survie. Pourtant, des millions de femmes et de filles continuent de subir des lois discriminatoires, l'impunité face à la violence fondée sur le genre et le système judiciaire lointain, inaccessible et dangereux. Le programme Femmes, Paix et Sécurité met en avant 3 piliers essentiels: participation, protection et prévention pour une paix durable. En les ralliant à la priorité de la CSW, la 70e CSW, sur l'accès à la justice, une charte de la paix non violente devrait engager les États et institutions à, premièrement, abolir les lois discriminatoires dans les domaines du statut familial, de l'héritage, de la nationalité et de la participation politique qui rendent les femmes plus vulnérables à la violence et à l'exclusion. Deuxièmement, prévenir et sanctionner toutes les formes de violence basées sur le genre, y compris la violence sexuelle liée au conflit, la violence domestique, la traite et le harcèlement en ligne, et veiller à ce que les amnisties n'incluent pas les crimes graves contre les femmes et les filles. Troisièmement, fournir une justice centrée sur les survivants, aide juridique, soutien psychologique, réparation et réconciliation communautaire, de sorte que la justice rétablisse les relations au lieu d'approfondir la peur et la stigmatisation. Et lorsque les femmes peuvent signaler la violence en toute sécurité, faire valoir leurs droits et accéder à ces recours, elles sont plus aptes à participer à la consolidation de la paix et promouvoir des solutions non violentes dans leur famille et leur communauté. Donc, pour aller plus vite, je vais faire un appel à l'action. Motion,
Bravo,
je fais un appel à l'action.
Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Just
Thank
1
you.
minute.
All right, thank you so much. Edith? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, but I don't think that Kadiatu ended what she needed to say.
Yeah, but everybody is at the conference and we're like on a conference right now. My apologies.
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you now.
We're on a time crunch.
I said I call for the motion.
To wrap it up. So I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, so forgive me.
Okay.
But we appreciate you for your beautiful words. It was amazing. Thank you so much for your impact and your wisdom. Everybody has 5 minutes, so we actually have to do it on about critical time. Edith Mora Castellan, and forgive me if I pronounce your name incorrectly. And please, guys, please look at the chat. because we're going to be communicating in the chat. Natalie, can you please make us the co-host so that we can help communicate in the chat and with the speakers individually, so it can help us communicate? And speakers, please look in the chat periodically so that you can see us communicating. Thank you so much. All right, Edith, you may go. Thank you so much for your patience and thank you for caring about our fellow sisters.
There is two other speakers, so on the Zoom.
After her, they'll go. After Edith, they'll go. We have a list.
Well, if you don't mind, I know that there's Asia there. I would like her maybe to go first, and
I
then
called out Asia and I didn't hear a response. I called out Asia's name and there was no response. So Dr. Bass
yeah,
told
we
me
didn't have the sound for a while, so maybe that's why. So I will let her speak, and then I'll speak after her.
I did call it out when we had sound, so forgive me. Asia, my
Yeah,
apologies.
we did not have the mic was muted for a while, so we didn't get your voice.
Oh, that's a good question.
So you can go, Asia. Thank you.
No.
Thank you Edith, for paying attention to it. But now can you please make us co-host? Because this is we need help from this side from you to make us co-host. Can you do that, Natalie? Please?
What does she say? So could you let the two speakers
Can you make us co-host, Natalie, so that we can communicate to the speakers?
Yes, I made you co-host, but
Are you co-host?
you already host.
Natalie, you're the host.
No, you are.
All right, we did it. You see it. Thank you, Natalie. Appreciate it.
You are. The conference Emla is the co-host,
Okay.
the host.
Thank you. He's seeing it. All right. Go
But
ahead, my
please-
sister.
Yes. Please, can you let the two speakers go ahead?
Asia is going to speak next.
Okay. So Asia, maybe. Okay.
Yes, so let me introduce myself. I'm Asia. I'm from London at the moment, and I work with Lumina House. So a big problem within the ecosystem at the moment is that women are not supported within their initiations. So a lot of us have ideas, we have ways we want to change the world, we have ways in which we bring in peace, like we were talking about, but also new ideas for resolutions of problems. But the issue is that we're doing this in isolation. Yes, we come together in events, but it's not enough. It's not enough to just come together once a month and to say our piece and then go back home. We need a structured system that allows for all of us to be able to take our initiations from idea to execution, from idea to be able to build it out to our own personal initiative. So what I've been doing is creating Lumina House. And Lumina House is hubs that are lighthouses for women. What it does is it creates like spaces all across the world where peace is able.
You're not going to listen to the chat. You have to put it on phone or computer.
Okay, so
Is it on?
it is. I'm gonna
Can you
switch
hear me?
the display.
Sorry. What's happening now?
Here.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
I'm not sure they have the screen. Asia, I'm not sure you shared the screen, but I'm not sure they can see you.
Hello?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We have to close up. We have to leave out the excuse me, guys. Guys, we apologize for this inconvenience. On behalf of the organizer and the co-organizer, we have to wrap up. The building is closing. So we just want to give our apologies to the speakers that was not able to speak, and also for interrupting the speaker that was speaking.
No way. Just put it there, green organization on that chair. Oh, they can find it. What color was it?
No, just you. I think you can stay. I will call them because I think they can stay more. But we can keep on together, all together on the Zoom. I wanted to talk with you more.
Close it out.
No, they're still.
Close out the Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, okay. Okay, that's right here.
Oui, qu'est-ce qui se passe
It's
là?
here.
C'est terminé là chez vous? Oui, mais vous pouvez sortir quand même, hein. Vous inquiétez pas. Ils ont fermé la porte de la conférence?
Hey guys, we have to close out. The building is closing.
Le buffet, vous n'avez pas pu le prendre?
Dr. Bass is apologized for this, and
Ah d'accord, vous allez faire le buffet. Et
they
vous
are
devez
closing
rester dans le
building.
bâtiment?
They're telling us that we have to leave. I really hope you guys understand that this is
Ils ont
not.
dit, vous avez dû
This
faire.
is out of our control at the end of the day. So on behalf of
Vous avez-
Dr.
Ils ont
Bass,
fermé la
Nathalie
porte, c'est ça?
Kesler,
What
we
did they do?
apologize for this. Okay.
Did they close the door of the church? Did they
I'm
close
sure
the door?
that we'll reach out to you. Addition to this apology, once again, this was out of our control, and I really hope you guys understand that.
And then you have to move this also.
And they actually moved us. We was moved from one room to the next. So we was in a smaller room and they placed us in a bigger room and it took up our time. So please understand that. Please understand that. That wasn't something that we would do at the last minute. That was done. Okay. So we apologize. Okay, guys.
Okay, we will continue all together. Okay,
apologies.
we will continue all together.
Nathalie, il faut continuer la réunion à
Oui, on
ceux qui sont
continue
online,
ensemble.
là,
Oui, on continue ensemble. C'est pas grave.
il faut te
Continue.
laisser s'exprimer parce que
Asia, tu
on est
continues.
en train d'enregistrer et pour qu'ils puissent savoir.
Okay, we'll
Voilà.
continue all together. Don't forget us. Asia.
Oui.
Ceux qui sont sur le Zoom, là,
Vas-y,
il faut les laisser.
continue. Oui, non, on va continuer ensemble. Continue ta présentation. Continue.
So, je continue en français ou en anglais maintenant?
In English, because Stuart doesn't speak in English, French, so it's better to speak in English. So that's what I said. Also, Kadia too. It's better to speak in English, please.
Okay. So I was talking about the initiatives that women are able to bring together, and I know within Panji and other ecosystems within the United Nations, there's a lot of these theories or ideas that are being discussed. But what's missing is a tapped-in ecosystem that supports the women through their whole journey, not just in an event, not just to be a speaker, but to be able to be part of an ecosystem that moves an idea to execution. And so I found this within Lumina House, and I found this as well within my studies in the work life that we have in modernity. So a lot of the times now, there's this idea that I have to work from 9 to 5, and this is my set life for all of my years, and then I can do what I am passionate about outside of work. I can do some things that I believe in outside of work. And these are these two worlds that aren't coming together. And the problem with this is that we don't live authentically. We don't live according to our principles and our values. And this is why it is very important, wherever the ecosystems are, that we support the initiatives of women through space. So Lumina House, for example, is a charity, it's an NGO, but it's creating houses across the world. And our mission is to have a house in every single big city, in every single country, so that everywhere you go, you're able to be tapped in to a house or an ecosystem where you're supported, you're safe, you're able to travel without having to fear that you won't know anyone or that no one will be able to support. And within the house itself, We have women that are lawyers. We have women that are politicians. We have women in innovation and AI. We have doctors. We have designers. We have people within every talent sphere. And that's what we need as women, to create environments, work environments as well, where it doesn't stop at a 9 to 5. It doesn't stop in 8 hours of slavery that we have nowadays. We just call it something different. We work for other people without even working for ourselves. So I don't want to drag it on for too long, but if anyone has any questions about Lumina House, we have our websites up there, we have LinkedIn, and I'm personally on the board. So we support those initiatives. And when it comes to peace as well, or nonviolence, the big issue that women face within violence is that there isn't that support network, that infrastructure, that we have each other's backs. If a woman is in the city and she doesn't have a safe place to go, that's an issue, right? So one of the people within Lumina House, actually, she started to create an app where whenever you're outside and there's an emergency, you're able to find different houses or hubs, hospitals, train stations, whatever it is, near your area, and you're able to find safety. You're also able to call people for safety in a matter of seconds. It's voice activated, all of that. So it's very important to have innovation that is directly tied to the problems that we're facing today when it comes to peace, violence, or just the fact that we are isolated. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Asia. Thank you so much. Do you have any questions to Asia? So
I have one question. How come we can't see her?
yes, you can see me. Okay. So can you just
Just to stop the screen share, that will help.
Is that no, not good? Which one is it? Does it work? No. Did it work? No.
No.
Usually in the control bar that you have, Nathalie, for the screen share, there's a part that says stop sharing, stop screen sharing. I don't know in French how we would say it, but arrêter le partage d'écran.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Arrêter le partage. Is that good?
Yes, it is.
But where is she? We can't see her.
Can you see me now?
Can you see her?
Can you see me now? Maybe it's something to do with your screen. Can you see
yes.
everyone?
Yes, no, yeah.
She's here. You're on the screen. Can you see her?
Yeah. Can you
Yes.
see me?
Yep.
Is
Okay.
that good?
Is there any other questions?
So just do you want just Kadiatou has been cut, so do you want to finish your what you wanted to say, and then we switch it to edit? Kadiatou? Kadiatou is gone. So I think edit, you can go ahead, because I think she will come back and we can
Jumping. My screen is jumping.
Oh yes,
Okay.
Kadiatou, can you wanted to make a call to action or something like that?
Yeah, I want to call to action. Okay, the president is here. I'm so sorry because I don't know. I'm not sure if he understand French, and I deliver my speech in French. I'm so sorry, President.
She talked to you throughout. So
Okay, my call to action from CSW70 is and give the opportunity to connect the women peace and security agenda with concrete steps toward a global peace charter based on non-violence. To seize this moment, I propose 3 commitments. one of the commitment, the important commitment is integrated nonviolence women leadership and media into national position and CSW70 outcomes explicitly referencing women's role in nonviolence movement, peace building, and justice. I think when the second thing is create or strengthen inclusive national dialogue to develop country-level peace charters, co-led by women's organization, media, practitioners, survivors of violence, youth and marginalized groups. And the third is investing in women peace builders, including those on the airwaves with flexible long-term funding and concrete protection measures. If you do this, I think a global peace chapter will not be just another document, but a living framework that amplifies what women are already doing from the street, you see, from the street of Morovia to the village of the Sahel, and turning courage into dialogue, pain into solidarity, and justice into powerful nonviolent demand for change. I stand here as part of that movement, as a woman from the Sahel. I'm originally from Sahel, as a journalist also, and as and witnesses to women's daily struggles and victories, believing that peace without women is incomplete and justice without nonviolence is unstable. Let us work together so that when the history of the decade is written, CSW17 will be remembered as a moment when the world decided to place women's nonviolent leadership on the ground and on the airwaves at the heart of the Global Peace Charter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kadiatou. So maybe you will send to me your statement so I can read it again. So,
I can, if you want, I can send it to you the statement.
yes,
If you want to.
yes,
Okay.
thank you. So we will switch it to edit now. Virginia, are you here too? Virginia is come. So Virginia is working with the First Nations too. So that's very interesting. She's here. So Edith, could you make your statement with the Stuart? So
Yeah, thank you, Niago and Nathalie, and thank you everybody for your patience today. It has been really something, and thank you everybody for your words. Acknowledging Kadiatu that we saw you last time, if I'm not mistaken, and also Asiya, nice to meet you, and it was really nice to hear
Nice to
everything
meet
that
you,
you
Edith.
said. Yes.
Yes.
And of course, Nathalie and Francois was also there, and also Nathalie. Well, thank you for organizing this and keeping on pushing on peace, because these days, as we know, is really necessary. So I already introduced myself, and I would just like to take the opportunity that you're giving and giving us the floor, Nathalie, in saying that, of course, we read the Peace Charter, and of course, we will encourage any initiative that has to do with building peace. And as original people of this land, of this hemisphere that is Turtle Island, Abya Yala, and Nahuac, that people after colonization identify as Americas, is to acknowledge and give thanks and recognize for the knowledge of all of the people that were uncolonized before. And we're not talking only about this hemisphere, but of all of the countries, all of the different continents. Today, the people were not colonized before, and we acknowledge that it's the process of colonization that has brought this violence, that has brought this war to people that were peaceful. So there's a deconstruction or like coming back in the history that we have to do. And it doesn't mean that we go back into the past, but that we learn from the past so that with that knowledge we can build into the future. So Asia, what you were talking about is the structure of the longhouse of the Great Law of Peace, where the mothers are the authority. And where, for example, Gatsidan Zarillo, that is going to speak after me, his mom was from the Wolf Clan, and that's why he is from the Wolf Clan. So there's, as we were saying a while earlier, explain about the Life Givers Nation that Angel is part of, that she's there with us. It is the liberation system of the turtle, wolf, and bear. So there were wolf houses, there were turtle houses, there were bear houses, and it was the collective of the mothers that were taking care of the children so that the children could grow knowing the roles, so that the children could know, the girls, of course, how to be a life giver, and of course, the boys how to be a life protector. And this is something that has been completely erased with the imposition of so-called democracy. First, that women don't count, because if we go back to history in Greece, well, the women didn't have any voice where the democracy started. And nowadays, that's like the model that everybody wants to follow, but that just washes away the voice of the mothers, because it's everybody that speaks, everybody that has a voice, but there is no structure. So in the Life Givers Nation, we have been building the structure of the Great Law of Peace that we abided by, that we acknowledge, that we are adopting, because that's the only law that is inspiring nature, because it is the mothers that raise the children, like in any species in the world, that has attained peace. So, of course, this is more for Stuart to say, because that's his knowledge, but it's the journey of the corn. The journey of the corn that traveled all along from the different peoples from south to north in the hemisphere till it got to where Stuart's peoples are. And they decided to stop fighting because everybody was killing each other. And how they did that, well, they raised the mothers to their natural seat of authority so that they could be the managers of the nations with love, with care, with compassion, with all of the female entity that it requires. But it was not like a matriarchy where they would like be tyrants or anything like that. It would take the balance with them, with the men, with the life protectors. So there was a council back and forth in the female and the male. And this is what we are rebuilding in the Life Givers Nation, that includes all of the life givers from any horizon of life, that they have come to the conclusion that we have to rebuild peace. So we know that in many different nations, it's always the women, as you had tell us that beautiful story, Kadiatu, of how it is the woman that tells a man, you have to listen and you have to stop fighting. And that's exactly what we need to do again in a world level. So this is what we are working on. And without saying anything further, I would just give the floor to Gatsidan Zarillo. Yagua for listening. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if anybody wants to ask her any questions or say anything about what she said first before I start talking. Okay, if not, all right, just to reinforce what Edith is saying, I drew a little diagram here for you. Maybe if you can put my screen on the, like pin it, this way you'd be able to see it better.
Yes, I tried to do it.
Okay, so within the reality of creation, we are not created from male. We are created from female, but there is something that has put a false perception into everybody's minds, and that is religion. So religion has put in your minds that female is secondary, that like as if the female is only there to keep the male company. But the reality is, as we all know, is that male comes from female. So the reality of creation is that there is 3 steps, 3 phases to everything to come into physical form. The first step, it comes from the primary council fire. That's the life givers council. For the rest of the world, what you know is female. We do not refer to them as female or woman because that is something that is secondary under male. When you identify as life giver, then this is indisputable as that the female, the life giver, the woman, is first She is the primary. The life protector obviously grows from the female, so he is secondary. This is something that must be established in the minds of your little boys, so they grow up to be proper men, upholding your law, original instruction. So the original instruction is what we identify as the great law of peace. So you just think of this right now. No matter what women life givers want in this world, you have been wanting for thousands of years in the non-native world. It has never happened. You're never going to get it in the non-native world because you are hindered by religion and democracy. So you must return to what is original instruction, great law of peace. So you just think in every place, every country where you are, you do not have a law that says you must live in peace. You don't have that. You have laws that permit one man to represent everybody, even the life givers, and take you to war where you are right now. And where you are right now in the war that you are in, as clearly identified, you're in a religious war. So you are stuck the same place that you were over 2,000 years ago. So this means that in 2,000 years, the non-native world has not evolved. Not one bit. You are stuck in the same place doing the same things. So to get out of that corruption, you must return to the original instruction that makes the primary council fire the life givers council, which means that anything, any issue that any men are going to address in our council, they are two separate councils. You cannot have the life givers and the life protectors discussing a subject. It must first go through the life givers. If it goes through the life givers, then it is handed to the life protectors. If it doesn't go through the life givers, then that thing is dead right there. It does not advance one bit. So once it is handed to the men, then the men will look at, and according to the original instruction, all that we can say is if it's illegal or not. If it's not illegal, then whatever the women have said has to go. We have to comply with it. The only thing we can do is tweak it a little bit to say, like, well, according to law, that here's a little improvement. But then that is subject to, once the men have conclude on the issue that the women sent to us, it gets sent back to the women. And if the women accept, then it goes to a general council, a council between the life givers and the life protectors. This is great law of peace. It's the foundations. Of course, there's a lot more to it than this, but given the time, we can only address certain things right now. So the great law of peace is something that is, again, original instruction that comes from our mothers, because the mother, the life giver, is the first, the primary. Just to give you the example, according to law, whenever the men have a council or a ceremony or anything, we must carry out what is called in our language a honda gari wadekwa. A honda gari wadekwa is the words that come before all else. And just to give you a sample of this, this is what the men must speak. Now, I won't speak it in my language. I'll just speak it in English to save time so you understand. So the opening address that everybody, that the men, the elder men, the chiefs must speak so that the young boys hear this, is that we begin by giving our thanks to the great spiral of creation, that we identify first and foremost that it is Sky Woman that has given us our spirit, and we give thanks to her, to Sky Woman, because she has given us this. From there, we give our thanks to the beating heart of our Mother Earth, to Grandma Moon. It is she who has given us blood, Grandma Moon. She has given us blood. From there, we give our thanks to our Mother Earth. She has given us body. So this is the sacred tree within creation, that within the non-native world, what you know as protons, neutrons, and electrons. We don't know it as that. We know it as turtle, wolf, and bear. These are spirits. These are traits that can be seen in all living things because, as you know, within your science, it identifies that everything, all of creation, is based on these sacred three. So if you just keep on drawing the parallels from protons, neutrons, and electrons, whatever that is, if you've ever seen one, if you ever touched one, you wouldn't know it. If you bite into a hamburger, did you taste a proton, a neutron? You wouldn't know. But if you then know about the traits of turtle, wolf, and bear, which is the foundation of all creation, then you will see the traits in all things. You'll see the trait in that tree. You'll see the trait in that person. You will know what clan they are a part of. This is the reason why we follow the clan system, because it is based on our mother's identity, where our mother originated from. And so, like for me, my mother is a wolf clan. I must follow my mother's path. I do not follow my father. My father only assisted my mother. I am of my mother. If you knew like there was a birth taking place behind you somewhere, you know that something's giving birth. Well, you know what it is. You'll know how to tell what it is by knowing what the mother is.
Sorry, the building, we have to leave. The people are already leaving. We have to leave in 15 minutes. They don't even, by the time that was not even our fault, we start 45 minutes late. But they say they have to go by the building rules. Therefore, we have to follow the rules. We are really sorry about that for the people who got time to speak. By the time the schedule was on point.
No, it's okay. We are
It's
still.
not our fault. Is the church center. Yeah.
It's okay. Can you cut your phone? Can you cut your sound? Because we are continue. You just. It's okay. Go. Sorry, Stuart. You go ahead.
Okay, so no matter what the women want, you can want peace forever. You're never going to get it unless you get your men into order with the reality of this creation, that men are not first. Men are not primary. Male is not God. The God syndrome is what locks everybody into the lie of creation that turns everything into male dominance, which turns it into war. So we must return to the reality of original instruction, which is that when we trace everything back from the diversity of life on Mother Earth right now, we can trace it back to one thing. And throughout the waterverse, we can trace it to one thing. And when we get to that one thing and we see a second after it, then we know that the first thing is life giver, female, woman, because only the life giver can give birth. So everyone must come into order with this reality, but your religions are stopping you. Your democracy turns you into a collective of schizophrenia that doesn't allow you to have law, as you see right now in the highest depiction of democracy that you believe on earth. You think of the so-called United States. As you see right now, there is no law within democracy. It is what the male believes. And these are the things that we must get over. So I know that earlier somebody said, I couldn't really hear it. It was whoever was in that building there. One of them said that we need things defined. Yes, you must define what peace is. You must define what the life giver is, because right now your life giver power is compromised by the male's corruption, by everybody being gender and identity confused, because there is only one reality in this world, that you either carry a womb into this world or you don't. If you carry a womb, you are a life giver. If you don't carry a womb, you are then a life protector. This divides everything into a clear reality, so that then that reality will know how to have what the speaker before from what did she say, from the UK, I believe, that system that they're trying to set up around the world, identifying that they need a system of support. Well, the system of support that you need, it's not from other women. It's the men that you need to come into order so that they don't keep violating you. So the women must teach their children, because right now at this stage, there is no hope for your men. Because as you've seen, your men have been up at bat for thousands of years, and all they can do is still have their head up their rear ends in the dark ages of war, so that you are left back 2,000 years ago, fighting the same war over and over and over. So you must teach your children original instruction. Now, I know that you don't have that because through the two-row wampum, which was established when the non-native people came here to Turtle Island, it's the two-row wampum that establishes and that we shared the knowledge of original instruction. Because the knowledge of original instruction, when you divide all creation into the reality of that there is only two, there is life giver and life protector, that this is the foundations of us. This two-row wampum, you know it. It is in the fiber of your being because it is the reality of what you know today of the double helix of DNA. And so it is the law of how the double helix of DNA interacts with one another. So you must reteach your children and especially your little boys, because great law of peace, it's not really for women because women don't know it, don't need it. You are the primary. You are the source of life. You are it. We, the males, the secondary, we are the ones that have the shortcoming. We are the ones that are not complete. And the example I'll give to you is that I'm sure all of you, every woman, have heard at some point in time when you're a teenager from doctors or something that have said to you that of your reproductive system, they have called it a hormonal imbalance. This is a corruption of male dominance that has been placed into the minds of little girls for them to think and grow up that you have an imbalance, when the reality is that process is what gives life. That's not imbalance. The reason why the male called it an imbalance is because from the male dominant medical industry, the males looked at themselves and said, well, this is how we are. And then look at how women are. Well, you're not like us. You got this process that makes you all imbalanced, but that process makes you balanced. We are the ones that are imbalanced because our corrupted way of thinking only leads us to a solution of war, a solution of banging the other person over the head. Don't play with my toys. If you touch my toys, I'll bang you over the head. But Mama tells us to share our toys. So we must listen to Mama, get back to original instruction. Now, to make this simple, I know that you're not going to have any clue what original instruction is. Great law of peace is exactly that. It's law that has been handed down since the beginning of time, right up until now. And for us, the people of the Longhouse, of the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy, that we formed peace over 2,000 years ago. The males were at war, just like what happens with guys, but we pulled our heads out of our rear ends out of the dark ages of war. And we climbed up the evolutionary ladder where the women were waiting for us, because you women, you cannot evolve on your own. As long as the guys are lost in the dark ages, you are never going to evolve. So the men must climb up to where you are waiting for us at the neutral point. And then when we acknowledge that you are the primary, we are the secondary, we must listen to Mama. When this happens, then we'll be able to walk in balance. But the one who's going to take the first step is Mama. It's never going to be the guy. The guy is only going to follow the mother's instruction. So great law of peace for us over 2,000 years ago, to stop war, we had to establish and create great law of peace, which is easy to say, but how does it take form? Well, the great law of peace is a structure of the Longhouse that for 2,000 years now, the law is that we must have law recital. We must recite it. The men must teach it to the little boys and must teach it to all the other men every 5 years. So right now, we just happen to be in this over 2,000 year cycle of every 5 years coming up next year in 2027. And this happens to be throughout Turtle Island, the turning point. Everyone, all the nations from north to south throughout Turtle Island, the corridor of truth, peace, power, and righteousness, everyone knows that next year, this is the end of the great cycle. It's the beginning of the next. And so next year, you can begin to identify it as year one. And the only way you're going to identify that is if you change. So right now, the woman structures, you are looking for change, but you're stuck within the corruption the schizophrenic corruption of democracy. You can never make anything happen for the life givers within democracy, because it is, going back to like what Edith said, democracy, demos, that comes from the early Greeks. What was demos? People say, well, that's the collective. It's the society, the people, the civil society. No, it's not. You go back 2,000 years ago and you look at what demos was, it did not include women. No way in hell. You are in a male-dominant system of democracy, which is the colonial system that has expanded around the world. And when you think of how it has expanded and you extrapolate to the human body, the only thing it adds up to is cancer within the body. And it is that which is destroying the entire earth right now. And so for this process here, I'll identify to you that certain things must be named, just like we named to you primary council fire, life givers, secondary council fire, life protectors. We'll also name to you right now that this process, Natalie, that you have begun, it's a great work, but you must identify it as an emergency peace initiative. It must be identified as that. If not, then, well, we got a lot of time, and people can just do what they want and keep reinventing the wheel. No, we do not have time. This means that all things must be addressed. You cannot be down a corrupted path. Like if you're going down a trail, if you're gonna try to get from point A to point B, and as you go along and you take a wrong turn here, and then you take another wrong turn and another wrong turn. Well, every wrong turn that you take, you must go back and address it. You must address all of these things until you get back to the right path and you can start back on your journey. So right now, things must be named. You must identify it, because I say all the time that in the English language, you should not even have a word of peace, because you have no clue what that is. You never had it. You never knew, understood what it is, because you're in a male dominance of war. And somebody said earlier, Natalie, I think it was you, that the systems haven't changed for the last 80 years. We must be more truthful than that. The realities is you have been stuck in a system that hasn't changed for over 2,000 years. Big deal. They want to call it this all of a sudden. They want to call it that. The reality of the non-native world knowing peace and freedom, and especially women, the fact is you never knew it back in your old world. You were in the European feudal system. Women never knew peace. Women never knew representation. You never had authority. You only got a glimpse of that once you got here and you seen the power and authority that our mothers have, because within the political system of the great law of peace, the mothers are the authority. I do not speak this just because it sounds good. It's because the mothers are that in fact. But you can't have that if you're teaching your sons that in religion that, well, God is made in man's image. Male created that God out of the lie of male dominance so that he can get power over your life-giving force, to the point of where today, pretty soon, and I'll warn you of this, that pretty soon the life-giving force is going to be out of your hands. Males will not need you any longer to create life. And this is once that happens, you are no longer needed. There will be no longer any purpose for the life givers in this world. This is, you can say, well, in vitro fertilization or whatever you want to call it, or cloning or whatever you want to call it now. And people will think that along the ways, in vitro fertilization was good. No, it was never good, because if a life giver within her womb cannot give birth, then it is not within the reality of creation for her to be able to have something manipulate her to all of a sudden that she can give birth, because this is the order of creation. It's the law of creation. And not all life givers are in this world to give birth to a human. They are here carrying their eggs in this world constantly. Every time their moon visits them, their egg is released into the world and it is given life in a different way. You don't appreciate this in the non-native world because males are taught that that's your period and it's a bad thing and get out of here. We don't want nothing to do with you. In some cultures, as you know, at that time, male, even eliminates the life giver out of the society. You can't do this, you can't do that. You got to be separated in some shack outside of the house of the people. When that process is the process of life and is to be celebrated, it is to be understood. But in this male dominant world, males don't want to understand it. Males don't give a damn about it. Males just want to control it. So if you want to get to peace, you must address everything. You cannot have in your past of, let's say, if you broke your leg and you didn't go to set it right, and you're just going to keep walking. What's going to happen is it's going to set in place, and you're gonna have a limp or something. It's not going to be set right. That means you must go back, break that leg back, set it in place properly, so that you can live proper. This means all the things within your society over the last 500 years, but in your society for thousands of years.
The event was really good. I'm very proud of everyone. We was on time. For us, we was on time. The church center messed up the
Sorry, I
program.
think that
That's the
Francois
reason we
explained
didn't have
something
all the people
while he's
online to
listening. So
talk.
if maybe
They
Nathalie,
had to
you
kick
can
us
mute him.
out.
I don't know how to cut. Who is Mary
We will make
Apollo?
sure that's not
Who is
happening
Mary
again.
Apollo?
We will do another webinar online. That's the way
It's
we can have all
Francois'
the
microphone
speakers
that is
and we
open.
continue.
Yeah, this is me, please.
After the CSW, we're going to do
And
another
who
one
are you?
online.
But I don't
We're
know
going
how
to
to
call it
cut
the overview.
If you go on top of the
Chapter
screen of
109
Francois,
overview
there is going to be
with
3 little
after the
dots, and then it
CSW. I will
says
send the
mute.
information to all of
You
you.
click, and
Where
you
is
can
the
continue
where is
to
the
mute.
Another
mute?
one online.
Okay, anyways, I'll end off with this. Natalie, just as a suggestion, at the next point, I suggest that you let Edith and Angel handle the Zoom, because they are used to doing this. They know precisely how to allow people in when a person is done, how to shut their mics, all of this. They know how to go to screen share easily like this. This is what I suggest for the next meeting, because this one, it didn't go too well, but it's to be understood, because we're breaking out of a system that just doesn't work. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll say, Nyawa to you. Thank you very much. I honor my mother. I am in this world to carry my mother's voice forward. She has been gone from this world for 36 years now. And my job in this world is to push my mother's voice into the world. And her voice was Gayanarasaraskanagoa, great law of peace. Every woman on this planet must know it, must learn it. It's original instruction. We must return to original instruction, not man-made law, not what somebody feels, or as you see with Trumpler, he identified that it's a religious war. So it's based on what he believes, not what is true, not what is real. So we must get back to what is truth. So I'll leave that there, and what I'll do is I'll just invite you to join us any Wednesday or Saturday. We are doing this all the time. We are continuously speaking great law of peace, continuously teaching it, continuously sharing this, and to invite you to next summer, 2027, not this summer, but next summer, Great Law of Peace recital. The last time we done it, it took us 26 days from morning till night to recite the laws of creation. It is basically we that have evolved out of the vastness of the waterverse, that all the waterverse has to exist in order for us to exist here on Mother Earth. But the waterverse does not exist without Mother Earth. So that tells you how important it is for us to align ourselves with original instruction here on the earth, because absolutely everything in the waterverse is depending on us. We are central point of consciousness, and we must start to act like it. We have the responsibility to pull our heads out of the dark ages of war. We cannot stay there. You have been there for thousands of years without any evolution. So we say, quite simply, everyone on earth has come here to my house. Some people may still be back home in your original houses, but you sent your children over here to my house to destroy the life giver's voice. And this is the only place on earth that the life giver has the authority. And so I say, ayoki atagenha yeti sotagunha neerdo na the hetsto negani guri or dadi hawakwe. Damdawe aron hetsera gazat stasera neganungwe. We say to bring back, we ask our ancestors who carried a good mind to bring back the true power of the life giver spirit. That true power that will return her back to her natural seat of authority within all of our nations so she can manage all of our people properly once again. The men, such as myself, which are pretty much all gone now, because after a process of genocide, you know what the end result is, what the conclusion is. They want to wipe us out completely so that there's nobody left on this earth to speak original instruction, to raise our mothers back up. We offer this to share with you, to share with the world, how the people here in Turtle Island pulled our heads out of our own rear ends and were able to evolve into peace over 2,000 years ago now. You were at the same juncture 2,000 years ago, the same way that the left arm and the right arm grows at the same time. It's no big surprise. Left hand has fingernails, same way that the right hand does. So you know what? The exact same things happen at the same time on both sides, except on your side, you killed the process. On our side, we lived with it. It flourished. This is what we leave you with. Nyawagoa, thank you very much.
Yes, so I have a question, Stuart. So about you talked about the first. Can you hold your board? So yes, the third one. What is it exactly? The primary console, the secondary, and the third one. What is it exactly?
Okay, give me 1 second. First, I'm going to show you something so that you know that this is not a man-made thing. This is not something made of humans. This is something that is derived out of creation. It is the sacred tree. It is the order of the sacred tree. It is Sky Woman, Grandma Moon, Mother Earth. And this is the reality of what the Life Givers Nation is that a grandmother, a mother, and a granddaughter are never to be separated. The non-native system of religion separates them. You marry, you get married, takes you out of your house, brings you into the male's house. So the first one, the primary council, any issue, and it can come from the men because men have ideas too, but the ideas have to go first through the woman's council fire. So let's say, for instance, if you want to have an ice cream parlor in your community, well, maybe there's already one there. You must have just life givers. You can't even have your son there with you because your son might be saying, yeah, ma, let's have another ice cream parlor. And you're going to be influenced by your son. Or you might be influenced by your father looking through just the window or the door and saying, you better not open another ice cream parlor. And therefore, you're going to be influenced by the male. So the female, the Life Givers Council fire is a completely separate process. There are no males. And the ideas, no matter if it comes from male or female, starts here. They assess it. The Life Givers assess it, and you conclude another ice cream parlor or not. And then once you do, then it gets sent over to the males. And then the males can say, well, this is the reason why we don't want another one, or the reason why we need another one. And then they present it back to you. And then you'll see that, well, if you ain't got no dispute with what they said, then it goes to a general council of the life givers and the life protectors. And all the way through, now this may sound like male dominance, but all the way through, once you get to this third council process, it must be the men. It must be the men speaking. And they must start from a Honda Gari Wadekwa, the words that come before else, giving thanks, so that the male aligns his mind with Sky Woman, she who has given us spirit. Grandma Moon, she who has given us blood. Mother Earth, she who has given us body. This is the scientific truth of creation. And so once we're there, the males are the ones that must stand up and speak these things, but the female The life giver is the one that appoints the male chief. The males cannot say, hey, I'm running for chief, pick me, pick me. No way. That's the insanity of democracy. You can only be in position of chief if you are first eligible, meaning you come from one of the three clans in our system, turtle, wolf, or bear. And this is the same for all over the world. You used to have clans, but the male killed it out of you. So I must be eligible within the wolf clan first. So I must be a wolf clan. If I'm not a wolf clan, then I can't hold a position in the wolf clan. So first I must be eligible and then qualified, meaning I must know the original instruction. I must be the one who knows the law. If not, then that person is not eligible to hold any kind of title. And in your world, just so that you know, that means any kind of politician. Forget about it. You do not know politicians. You don't know anything about the reality of politicians, because everybody in your world who is a politician are lying, cheating, no good, dirty, rotten, you know what's. Because they are out for themselves. They do not meet the criteria of being eligible or qualified. So the mothers can only choose of their sons who are eligible and qualified. And then once they get to the third meeting, then it's those sons that must stand up and do the speaking in front of the mother, with the mother as in, for terminology's sake here, for you to understand, there's a chief and clan mother who stand next to each other. Like, for instance, myself, as a wolf clan, if I was a chief, which I am not, if I was, there must be a wolf clan mother there. In anything that I am doing, she must be watching me. And if she sees that at any instance that I am lying, misrepresenting, or just being an idiot, that she has the power and authority to chide me openly or privately off to the side, depending on her decision as to how bad my violation is. So if I'm lying, she's got the power and authority to stand up instantly right there to say, you're wrong, correct. And if not, she has the authority to remove me instantly, not 4 years down the road where you got to wait for another election, because if that person is corrupted right then and there, they're going to be 4 years of corruption, and you got nothing that you can say or do about it in your political systems right now. You have to accept it. You know what that is? That's not nation. That's tribe. You are tribes. Great law of peace enables you to be nation, because everybody within the nation must know the great law of peace the same way that I was taught it by my mothers. I was raised by women, by my mothers, my grandmothers, my aunts. Within the collective, the reality is that the children belong to the women, that the education of the children are done solely by the women. The men only support what the teachings are of the life givers. And this is the reason why I speak the way that I do now today, because of this living reality that is still here within our people, of the mother's authority within me. My mother is still pulling my strings, even though she's been dead and gone out of this world for 36 years now, 37 years. So my mother is still guiding me, still telling me what I must do, because I can never go against my mother. And this is the reason why in your world, you got male dominant corruption all over the place. Every time that there's a deal made between politicians or on an economic level, it's a male dominant handshake, right-handed. That's war. In our world, you must greet with your left hand, because that's the mother. That's the main artery coming from the heart, and you cannot lie in front of your mother. And so the only way we arrive at this third and final council process, where things can be determined in a balanced way, because it went first through the life givers, then to the life protectors, and then back, and then to be rehashed between the two of them to finalize it, to formalize it. This is the great balance. This is what we call Gayandawana. And Gayandawan is one simple word that carries a whole concept, that whenever in the language we say Gayandawana, everybody who's listening knows that it means basically the way the water verse is created. And understand, this is the difference between us. You listen to the male, and the male tells you it's a universe. What is a universe? It's a one thing. No. I know where I come from. I come from the waterverse. Where is the waterverse? It's in every woman. It's in every life giver. It's in her womb, because that's where we are created from. And we are an extrapolation of the water, the greater waterverse that is out there, because it's all water. It's not cold, dark, empty, lifeless space. That's what non-native science would lead you to believe, so that you have false concepts about absolutely everything. It's the waterverse, and it is the authority of Sky Woman, our great mother. We are in the living body of our great mother. So understand that when our minds are corrupt, like being in a body, like a cell on a cellular level, that's where cancer spreads, right? So if you got the bad mind, what we call Ganiguraksa, the bad mind and the good mind, very easy to then decipher the world. If you are of the bad mind, that's cancer in the body of Sky Woman. If you are of Ganigurio, the good mind, then you are balanced in an order in Sky Woman. And you, one single person here on our Mother Earth, the larger body of Sky Woman is depending on you, especially our mothers. She is depending on all you life givers right now for you to pull your heads out of the non-natives' rear end, the male, because that's where the mothers have been stuck for thousands of years. Pull your heads out of there, stand up tall and proud like Sky Woman, and take your place in this world, your natural seat of authority. And we hold you up there. Males are supposed to provide the space for the women to have their council fire. If you do not have that, if this isn't provided for you, then you do not have your place. You're in a male's place. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you very much. So now the subject is very important about the question of how to. That's important, yes, to talk about the great piece of law, because today you really did a good explanation about it. So when is it about the next, the next, you talk about 2027 for the story, how do you tell that story, the story of your, so when is it?
Well,
I want
okay.
I want to attend if it's possible.
It's in the summer of 1990. It's in the summer of 2027. That's the 5-year cycle. And in case you're not aware of it, this 5-year cycle is an extrapolation of larger cycles within Mother Earth that are concluding, because right now we're at the end of the great 25,000 year cycle, or 26, whatever, depends on who you're talking to. So, but it's a great cycle, and nobody can say it's precisely 26,000 years. It might be 25,860 or something. But the thing is that the same as your moons are never precisely the same. It could come a little bit earlier, it could come a little bit late. And so this is what happens within the larger body of Sky Woman. We are conforming to her movements. And so here on Earth, it extrapolates to that the 5-year cycle is extrapolated out of the larger cycles within creation. This is the summer of 2027. We're going to share everything with you as when it happens. You're all welcome, but you cannot expect to attend just one day. Like we said, for us, this is something that is our way of life. And it took us 26 days from morning till night to relay it, because it's original instruction about everything. It's about creation. It's about how creation happened. Why did it happen? How did she make it happen? It's about how the DNA of our Mother Earth has formed, something that you're never going to hear anywhere else on Earth. Guarantee you never even heard DNA of our Mother Earth. What is that? You got DNA, a tree has DNA, even a rock has DNA, even though science will say, no, it doesn't. It's just not the type of DNA that they are aware of, because the DNA is basically what we are structured on. And again, it's that sacred tree that is within the sacred turtle's back, which is the reason why we identify that we are on Turtle Island, because it is the 13 moons and it is the 28 days all around that is the blueprint of our mother. So it's all about learning about and understanding our mother, how she came about. Why did she do this? Why are you here in this world? To wage war? To succumb to male dominance so that your power is just sucked away from you, and your energy of life-giving force goes to then killing women and children everywhere? Because this is what all democracies are all ganged together doing. And all democracies are the result of colonization. They are all colonial outposts, and they all stem from one place. Like it or not, they all stem from Britain. That's where it all comes from. Now, this is something that anyone can dispute. Maybe not here, we can't go through it, but if you wish to, like I said, every Wednesday, every Saturday, we are engaged in live discussion about these things, where anybody can ask any question, get us to anything within creation. Because like I said, the law recital is the DNA of our Mother Earth. It teaches you how the earth was formed. And I'll guarantee you, well, not guarantee you, but I'll tell you that it's not the way you think it is. It's not the way that, and it's not definitely not the way they tell you that the moon was formed, like the moon was formed out of the earth. No way in hell. All of these things are wrong. So from the DNA of our Mother Earth, it identifies how the people grew upon the land, how we come to be people, and why we are shaped this way. And then it teaches us about the dark ages that we all experience. Just like to understand about it, it's single individual. I went through my dark ages when I was in maybe puberty, and did I ever come out of it? I don't know. That's only my mother can say, because within law, only the mothers have the authority to release their sons, because the mothers know that, well, maybe my son isn't, he could be 27 years old and not a man yet. Because for us, the reality is that we only reach full, like, adulthood at 25 years old. So it's not 18 or 16 the way the non-native creates it. They do that so that before you are balanced, they turn you loose into the world and they say, oh yeah, you got the right to vote. Yeah, look at what does a young person, what kind of knowledge does a young person, 18 years old, have to be able to take such responsibility to say that, oh, I'm going to vote? Which they do is they undermine the wisdom of their elders, which means democracy undermines evolution. It undermines it. So we must pull our heads out of all of these things, and the only way that you can have exposure to any of it is through a great law recital, original instruction. And this was extrapolated, handed through the Degani Diohade to the Life Givers Nation, which is this wampum belt right here. That this wampum belt identifies Life Givers Nation. This is a grandmother, a mother, and a granddaughter. This makes a complete woman. On their own, they're not a complete woman. Because you take the granddaughter away from the mother, or vice versa, or any one of them, you know what that is? That is what they're doing in CERN. That's what they do in places where they have these super colliders, where they're breaking apart the so-called protons, neutrons, and electrons. They break apart the sacred tree, and they take the granddaughter and the grandmother, and they spin them around near speed of light in opposite directions, and they smash their heads together, annihilating them, and the only thing that's left is the mother. And she has no past and no future. And this is what they do with where we're going with nuclear. Soon, very soon, you know what's going to happen. Israel is going to nuke the world. This war is coming to that end. There is no other way that this war is going to end. It's going to end like that. And so, again, emergency peace initiative. This is what you're doing, Nathalie. You're doing an emergency peace initiative that everyone on earth must come together to address. But we must do away with all of the status quo garbage that has filled our minds to get everybody thinking false lies. You come from a God. I do not. I don't come from a creator. I come from a creatress. And that's my mother, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, all the way back to Sky Woman herself. My father only assisted in the process. And that's all I can do also. Just assist in the process. So you better hope that any guys that are going to be assisting you in your process, you better hope that they have original instruction. Because if not, they're going to turn your sons against you the same way that religion does. Because those religions tell you, teaches your sons that they are God. And they're above you. They're above their mothers. That's why those religions teach we're all equal. We're not equal. No way in hell. Any guy who's going to have the audacity to say that he's equal with his mother, that guy is a piece of crap. I could never be equal to my mother. I could never be equal to any life giver. All I can do is assist them to try to be the perfect fit. And not as a, say, boyfriend or husband, not as that, no, but as a life protector. And there I will find my home in the life giver's house, because the longhouse belongs to the life givers. No male in this world can own anything, because we are in a woman's world. We cannot own a house. We do not own the children. The women do. The life givers do. So this is the balance. This is the things that got to be taught to your children. But in the world that you are in, you cannot teach it to them. The only place this can be taught is here in Turtle Island, because it's here in Turtle Island that the original instruction is still there. We still carry it. So in 2027, if we're still alive in this world, we'll probably be having maybe the final law recital. And if that happens, well, good luck to everybody. Because you don't ever want to have the final law recital. I don't know. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Swart.
Yes, so.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Very interesting. So, Mary, Apollo was not with your team, Edith, and it's not your team, Maria.
Actually, I think she was there at the beginning. I think she introduced herself, but then she got disconnected. She came back, but no, she was not with our team.
So you don't know her?
No.
No, okay, because she just asked, but it didn't work in the chat room, so she asked who you were. So I don't know who she is, so I don't know how I can contact her to explain to her who you are. So okay. So the main point, so before we are, if you have still a few minutes, so now it's very late for me, but I really want to take it very serious, because I'm gonna to be connected more and more with other tribes. So you don't like maybe the term of tribe, if you prefer First Nations, or what do you prefer as a...
Okay, just so that you understand, Nathalie, tribes come from Europe. Here, all the people and all the nations all know the great law of peace. That means that everybody represents the nation. That's a nation. But where you have just one person representing everybody, that's a tribe. Democracies are tribes. All throughout Europe, all you've ever had is tribes. You don't have nations, not at all, because you know what? A nation consists of life giver and life protector. And in your tribes, all you listen to and all that has the power is the males. and they just keep telling you go to war, war, war.
I
And
see.
you are just a baby factory to produce more soldiers for their nonstop wars. So that's tribe. Here in Turtle Island, it's all nations because all the nations know the law. Every person from the youngest to the oldest all knows and they all represent. That's a nation.
So what you set up about emergency peace initiative is very interesting. So because I try to find an action, a common action to gather so many people from civil society, and Kadia tries to do the same thing, I think. So we have to find. So I think our Peace Charter initiative could gather a lot of people, but maybe if you have a better idea, we can we can go also into it. So the point is how we can gather work on peace with all the First Nations and the communities like you, indigenous. So there are a lot of now summits of indigenous. There was the first summit of indigenous organized by United Nations in last summer in Abu Dhabi. And there was last February, I missed it, but there was the first one was only was only directed to so not indigenous could not attend. So, but it was the first summit of ayahuasca last February. I just informed you. I think so. I did. Did I inform you about that? So it comes more and more gathering and more easier to connect you, all of you. So I just want to take so that this is a huge opportunity to make you the first one to activate again the great law of peace or something like that. So you have to help me to find the way. So I've asked some people, some friends of mine who are connected to First Nations, to indigenous, other indigenous, to come into our meeting, but it was just so I read to you the message. So I will transfer to you their message. So maybe you can we can make a Zoom next time, just a few of us with other nations if you want. So I try to make a to make a meeting with other communities like you, indigenous, and then maybe it will be interesting to discuss on maybe what and you to prepare something to make a gathering or something, an impulsion or um, a movement, an impulse to what could gather all the communities and make sense for you. They ask a good question. What my peace charter will give to First Nations? That was the question. So that's very interesting to have it. So they just ask how it benefits their cause. That's so. How can we connect my peace charter initiative with what I what is what could be relevant to make your science and your knowledge known by majority and come back to truth, because I know more and more people are listening to you, and not only you are considered like holders of truth. And I think my friends who took François and Kadia too, I think you listened carefully to what they say, and it is very interesting, isn't it, Kadia too?
Oui.
You can
Yes.
see the world more clearly when they explain. So
To me, you know, since you last year, we talk about it, and you performed some action because you organized last year during the United Nations Assembly General, the side event about that peace charter. So what I realize for me is going on the right way, slowly, but I think I haven't. I'm so optimistic about the project because you know uh, we launched the petition. That was a new project, but this year you performed it, you adapted well, and you put a new things, and I think it's going well. It's going well, and we have to focus on, and to continue to working, you know, it, organize the kind of the meeting, the event, so the people could, give the what they think about the project, and add it, sensitize it, and make a lobby, so more people could coming with us as we can, because we cannot do it. This is a very bigger things. It's the community by community, like Swart said. It's very important. When you look at what's happening actually around the world, you see the Middle East war, Iran war, and everything, we have to stand up and staying on this project. Me, on my way, I'm looking like we can going, but when we get the recommendation or the resolution of this event, we're going for another chapter. It's coming little by little. It's not, I want to do something and I stand up just right now and I got the impact or the result. It's not the things like that. You have to staying on and focus more and talk about it to the community, multiply the contact, the meeting with the community, explain it what it is, so the people can coming with us, agree with the chapter. So, and I think it will be okay. This is my view. I don't know yeah.
Katia, too, I will send to you their statement they gave to me about the peace charter. So they sent to me a statement about what they thought, and they suggested also to what you said, to make a meeting so we have to define every week or every month or every 2 weeks. So we can decide now the frequency. We can choose about that. Maybe.
I'm gonna sending to you, Nathalie, my statement.
Yes, also
There is
your
some,
statement,
yeah.
and but I mean the statement of the five of the Longhouse or two. They send me a statement by written statement too. So I need your statement by written so I can read
Because
again.
some resolution is in my statement, and it's cool.
Yes,
You
send to
have
me.
to
Yes,
read
send
it
to
and
me.
see how you can,
So, but
implement it, and put it on
um,
the
yes,
document.
sure, sure. You
Can
can be a
empower.
co-writer. So what is very difficult with until now is that we have a written tradition for us. So and Stuart and Edith. So I was pleased to see you write the on the board because usually you have only oral statements. So that's very interesting that you can write it. And my dream is to also make a documentary when you make the recital in 2 years. So it would be amazing if you can make a real documentary. So I will try to get the films. I hope I will get the films if you are okay. If you agree. I don't know if it's possible, but my dream from the very early beginnings is to make a serious documentary about your recital so we can have it written too. And so, but I don't know if it's possible. And so I think next time we have to think about, so what it would be the best frequency every 2 weeks. Every week is impossible for me. I have too much work, and even I cannot follow your own Facebooks, your own lives, because of the gap also. And
You can do Nathalie monthly. If you can do, once a month, you can meet
for
together.
the
But
moment, yes. What do you think?
you
Once a
have,
month?
yeah, once a month,
Not too
once a
much people.
month.
Only by, I think. What is it?
I'll suggest that you follow this. You follow the order of grandma, ma, and the granddaughter, and you do it every new moon. So you'll have 13 times a year, not once a month, because you'll only have 12. The reality is there's 13 new moons. So
Great.
you should do it every new moon, because the new moon is the woman's power, not the full moon. The full moon is the male's power. The new moon is when Grandma Moon is directly in between Mother Earth and eldest brother the sun. And that's when Grandma Moon is replenishing. She's renewing the lifeblood of Mother Earth. This is the life giver's moon. So I would suggest to you that a peace initiative, especially a worldwide emergency peace initiative stemming from the life givers, you should do it on each new moon.
That's great.
It makes sense. Thank you. It makes sense.
It's
It
I'm
really
very
makes
happy
sense.
because for the first time I can realize how your knowledge is very big and huge. So that, yes, because it was very just theoretical now until now. For the great law of peace, I have to know more about it, and really, so maybe next time it would be nice to to settle, so to make a meeting about how we can gather all the other, also other First Nations. Is it very hot?
Yeah, I got a wood stove here, and uh, I had to stock it up a lot because I don't want to go and leave, like to go fix the wood stove, so it's boiling in here.
So what
Sorry.
is difficult about there are in Occident you have you know about that, you have the right part for the political side, the right the side of the right and the side of the left, you know. So Trump is the side of the extreme right now, and this kind of guys, they don't like the war on colonization. So they try to say, but British made the decolonization, or so we have to know what they have in mind too. So Dana is here.
Hello.
Oh, how are you? You're just coming home.
Yes, and I'm sorry I didn't have battery anymore. I wanted to enter from the car. I have 1 hour drive to another state, New Jersey.
That's
So I
wonderful.
just
You're
arrived.
here. That's wonderful because I introduced you to my best friend. I know them since 2016. They're coming from indigenous First Nation in Quebec. They are next to Montreal. So I was very shocked by the conference. At that time, it was the fathers of Stuart who was making the statement with Stuart. So they were making together. It was just amazing to with Edith too. Edith was the translator too, and he just explained what is the great piece of law. So they have so much to tell. I will give you the book next time. They wrote a book, and so we try to figure out how they can be. I explained to you the strategy is to gather maybe 100 First Nations together to settle inside or besides the Peace Charter initiative. So I don't know how you could just help me to find the way to make them benefits. But maybe we can renew, renew the great piece of law because it is a woman. Because Stuart explained to me before that before all the tribes were in war. So in Indian tribes, they were in war before the white comes, and it's a woman who could make the great piece of law, and she unified everybody into a great piece of law. She unified them. So
Wonderful.
so also to them, the women are the first. So the first, you said, how do you say it? The first council, the first,
The primary council.
the primary council. Yes, yes. Show it. Yes. So and there is the law also. The grandmother, the mother, and this daughter, which who has to be not separated. It's very important to continue all this. You see the three figures. So their knowledge is so it's so clear, and he suggested to make a meeting, every new moon, Okay, all together. So. I know how it is very difficult to make hybrid format like we did. So
I learned so much today. I learned
how
to really
really?
separate.
Yes, it's better to separate. Last
Separate
time I
all the
decided
live
to separate.
lectures one time, recorded, and then all the Zoom, everybody in front of the computer in the Zoom, in quiet like this, because it's impossible.
Mm-mm. I know. Last
And
time it was horrible for me too. I know what you.
we just learn. It was such a beautiful energy in the room, and we took so many pictures. So I'm so sorry you were not there. Kadiatu, I am so sorry they interrupted you. The
No, no,
pressure,
no,
and
no, I understand.
please
Don't
don't
be
be
sorry.
upset with them.
I know the
Yeah.
church center is like this. When the time
And
is coming,
because
they cut off. Yeah. You have to do.
they move us from one room to another. That was very nice, but we were delayed. And then at 8, they started this huge alarm. So we had to stop
The,
Kadiatu.
the, the
Oh my
next time, the next
God.
time I will suggest you, Natalie, you know, the embassy of Nigeria is just on the cross the street. The United Nations,
Yes, I know. Yeah, but it's
headquarters.
difficult to have the
Yeah,
the
they
road.
have a big meeting room, and
Yes, but
you just
it's
have
not
to
so easy
inform
to.
them. No, 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 it's not. It's the same price, but they have everything ready.
Um,
They
no,
have everything ready.
so there
They
was not
have,
that
the
option.
communication stuff, like a mic, the speaker, and everything. Even the translator, they have everything. It's just,
Mhm.
it's $500. The $500, when you organize you during the year, from now to next year, you can do something, and they
I
have
learned
a
so
room to.
much.
Yeah.
We shouldn't leave all that to any chance. We shouldn't leave to them. We have to have complete control,
Mm.
complete 100% of control without leave anything to, complete direction, complete.
Yes, that's difficult. I know. But
So
no, you did great. You did great. So I think it was very good. in person? How did you feel it in person?
Yes, the energy and the friends. The lady from the VA was fantastic. Now, going back to the Indian tribes, we have a very nice friend, Katerine from Yellowknife. Yellowknife?
Where is it?
Up north in Canada.
Great.
And we have to talk with them, and also the tribes in the state of New York, no?
So we count on you. Yes, that was just my suggestion. So next time, I would like to gather a meeting with other nations.
Yes, and maybe we'll be here and make the fire ceremony.
Oh, great. You know that.
We are Americans. This is, some people that come from far away and they live back their countries and they really become, we are Americans, right? We are from where we are, but we are truly Americans. And some people, they consider that as they embrace. So raising awareness is important. Raising awareness to the American Indians, to the First Nations, should be so important, so important. I have a question for Stuart. Tell me, Stuart, do you think is any difference between the American Indian tribes in Canada and in the United States?
Okay, well, first off, for us, there's no such thing as Canada and the United States. These are colonial impositions, and as you know, that colonization is premeditated theft, rape, murder. So all of this is illegal. And as you know, proceeds of crime is illegal. So anything that has stemmed from colonization is illegal. So so-called Canada and the United States, these are false concepts, especially considering that the so-called United States, that when they started to wanted to separate from Britain, because it was the 13 colonies that were bound to Britain, when they wanted to do this, they came to the Five Nations Longhouse Confederacy. As a matter of fact, you can search this yourself. Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Franklin, and the guy with the signature, John Hancock, were all given seats of honorarium within our Grand Council, and this is where they learned the structures of the political systems that they adopted. But they done it corrupted. They put a male dominance upon it because our political system is matrilineal. They put male dominance on it. Now, on the so-called Canadian side, Canada, there is nobody here that is a true Canadian, because the word Canada, Ganada, that comes from my people right here in Ganawagi. This is from the Ganyangahaga, what the rest of the world knows as Mohawks. And that word describes something, and it identifies who the people are. That they are people at the center of the concentric circles of where the women live. And on the outside of that, if depending on like everything we discussed earlier about the law, if the men are not in order, then the men are not allowed to the center where the women and children are, because that is Ganada. So right now, throughout so-called Canada, there are no Canadians. There's nobody who is a legitimate Canadian. So for us, there's no difference, as you know, like you said, you gave reference to peoples in upstate New York or New York. Well, the people in upstate New York, that's my people, the Ganyangahaga. We're on both sides of the imaginary border. So there is no difference for us. There's no borderline. We traveled throughout the country. We are allowed
Of
to
course, of course. Now, the baseline is that the colonial are the English. for all North America. The colonial are the English. The English, they were the one, we're just learning now 1776 to 2026. We celebrate 250 years of independence from England. Independence from England. Now I tell you what I know. What do I know, right? I'm a French, Romanian, came in United States in 1992. I'm one of those Americans that is born abroad and made all the income abroad from United States and worked in 53 countries. So I'm an American born abroad and who lived all her life abroad as well, right? But I respect America. I respect American Indians. I respect, and we all respect. So if you let us know, when we go to Long Island, we pass by, but we never disturb. There are the shops, in Long Island. So there, I hope you come and you bring everybody to United Nations. When we go in the north of New York and we do these fire ceremonies, we love you guys. We love you. You have to write down everything. You have to write down everything and make it you have to be all written down as Nathalie is right. We don't know.
I just told them so. From the beginning, I wanted to make a documentary every 5 years. They make the entire recital, but it is an oral statement always. It lasts almost a month, and the next
Right,
one,
right.
the next one will be. You have one.
Okay, now let me tell you something about the United Nations. I have a history with them. Good luck.
Yeah.
Try to get me in there. They'll do everything in their power to keep me out of the United Nations. Because as you see, in 2017,
Yes.
I was scheduled to speak on the floor of the United Nations.
True.
Edith was with us. Edith was present. There was a group that was with us. My father got in. They didn't want to let him in because he didn't have proper ID. I had to argue with them and say, we just got across that imaginary border with our ID. But in the United Nations, there was a woman from England that was there saying, no, you don't have proper ID. And when I said, hey, we got through that imaginary border and they let us through to get into, to come here, she had no choice but to let us in. But the reality is they let my father in, but they wouldn't let me in. Edith went in to the United Nations along with my son onto the main floor. And when they were there, my son took a picture of my name on the roster, scheduled to speak. But Edith was speaking with one of the workers on the floor, one of the whatever they are, and they called upstairs. And they said not to let that guy in. Because I was there to talk about Grandma Moon, to warn the world to stay off of the moon, against moon colonization, industrialization, the militarization of Grandma Moon. I was there to present the reasons why, because Grandma Moon is the beating heart of our Mother Earth. And that is not just something we say because it sounds good. We say it and we prove it with your science, how Grandma Moon is the beating heart of Mother Earth. So there's a reality of, with the United Nations, we could try, you could try to get us in there, but I'll guarantee you, they're going to do everything in their power to keep me out of there. Because of this reality of the history that we got with them, because when we were there to talk about Grandma Moon, it's because in 2012, my father and I had crashed a meeting for the International Space Station that was held here in Quebec City. We went there and they didn't expect a couple of natives to show up there, but we showed up and it caused mayhem. They all didn't know what to do. You can actually check out, we got a video on YouTube about it. They didn't know what to do. They scrambled to try to keep us out of this meeting, but we brought a message there to stay off of the moon, and the representation from the United Nations was present. And there's one particular guy, and one guy in particular, I mean, his name was Marcus Voltrin, who worked to keep us out of there, because we brought the message of the truth of what was intended from 2012 of the designs they had on Grandma Moon. Now, within the law recital that I was telling you earlier, Natalie, one of the things that's in there is the moon teachings that teaches about how the moon was formed, how Mother Earth is formed, and how Grandma Moon is the beating heart of Mother Earth. But we use your science to prove it, to substantiate it. And there's no disputing it. So the United Nations did not want us on the floor there to teach the world, because the world would have seen the truth of Grandma Moon being the beating heart of Mother Earth, and would have seen the truth of what was planned, where when we went to the International Space Station meeting, there was two scientists, one from the EU and one from France. It's both the EU, but anyways, and they both laughed in my face when I confronted them and identified about moon colonization. They said, oh, no, this is not true. No way. It's not going to happen. I knew what the plan was. My father and I were the only people on this planet to go and to fight against what colonization is out to do. Colonization is out to kill this earth, out to kill this planet. And just like you, the best way they could maybe break your arm, and break your legs, and eventually you'll die. But the best way to get to a person, to end their life, is to go right to the heart. That's why they're going to Grandma Moon. And it's Trumpler that's making that possible right now. He is the one that has already identified that they are moving towards nuclear fusion, and that the fuel for nuclear fusion just happens to be helium-3. And the only place, and the only place you can get helium-3 is on the far side of the moon. And only we can describe to you and explain what the far side of the moon actually is. And that's why, Natalie, that I said that the women must meet, these meetings must happen on the new moon. Because at the time of the new moon, the woman's moon, the life giver's moon, it's the far side of the moon. And it's that power. And that's where the corrupted colonization wants to destroy Grandma Moon to get helium-3 to bring it back here to Earth for nuclear fusion. We are headed 90 miles an hour towards the gates of hell, and they know it. The colonizers know it, and they're stepping on the gas, and they're trying to get there fast as they can to kick the gates of hell in. And that's where we are right now. Everybody's just waiting, twiddling their thumbs, waiting until the nuclear bomb drops.
No nuclear bombs, no.
Well,
Never. There will never be, no.
We could say knock on wood. Yes, we can all knock on wood, but we know what the design is, and you cannot dispute the design, because colonization has already clearly identified to you what its design is. All you got to do is look at the last 500 years. Again, colonization is illegal because it is premeditated theft, rape, and murder.
Of course.
Premeditated. You cannot profit from theft, rape, and murder. If you do, well,
let's it needs to write all that, because you see, the same English, they went to Asia, they colonized
the whole world.
All that. They put names. They were just tribes before. All those regions, they made the names Iraq, Iran, Syria. Those were not names before. They were just tribes. So they put the names, right? They got this family, that's it. You're gonna be Saudi Arabia. This family gonna be this family. They put names. So must write everything. Write. Write
It is.
everything. And
It is.
spread the word.
They
You're,
wrote a
you're
book.
you're just having initial contact with us. All of this
Yes.
is written.
I want
like
to meet you. I want to meet you.
So are you agree to we can do the documentary about them. The next recital is every 5 years, and with the documentary it will be fixed,
First,
written and.
before documentary,
They wrote a
it has
book
to
already.
be
They wrote a
written,
book.
everything written, publication, scientific publication. Everything needs to
Dana
be.
is a scientist, so that's important for it. Just
It is. All of this is already done. It's
there is a
something.
book. There is a book already. Yes, I will give you to you next time, Dana. If I try to.
I'll buy it.
Nathalie,
I'll buy the book.
Nathalie,
Yes, yes.
Nathalie,
Oui.
I think so. I will. I'm gonna leave the meeting because I
Of
was
course. Send me your
fasting all
statement.
the day. I did not eat. It's how much? Yeah.
But
What time? It's
it,
almost at
it's a
10.
Ramadan. Yes,
Yeah,
Ramadan.
yeah. I'm so sorry, but I need to leave the meeting to
Where
go
are
Just,
you,
find some.
Kadiatu? Where are you?
just as the
Washington
Washington.
DC.
just as the final thing, Edith, can you share with them what's going to happen at the summer solstice?
Oh, yeah.
Share what?
Actually, there's a
Oh,
ceremony because we have been building relations with all of the native peoples in the whole hemisphere for a long time now. So,
Kadiatu, goodbye.
yes.
Kadiatu, goodbye.
Nice to meet you. And
Nice to
yeah,
meet you.
nice to
Goodbye.
meet you. Yeah, we are together on the
Inshallah, we'll meet very
yeah,
soon. Inshallah.
inshallah, inshallah, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Goodbye,
Thank you,
Kadiatu.
everybody.
We'll
Bye.
continue the meeting
Bisous.
without you.
Edith,
Goodbye.
nice to meet you.
nice to see you again, Kadiatu. Take care.
Yeah, nice to see you. Yes, nice to see you.
Is it
Word
a
of
new?
peace
Is it a new one?
in native language.
No,
No,
this is
this is the same one. Yes, I will try to
Ah,
find the book for you.
Yes, Word of Peace in Native Land. I'm gonna buy the book.
You can buy it. Can she buy it? Can she buy it online? Sure.
yeah. It's online. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. You can buy it online. So because
But you can also come here to Ganawagi and buy it off of us.
Yes, I'm gonna come. Can I drive from New York or how can I come?
It's a 6 hour
by
drive.
flight. By flight. It's a Canada.
6 hour drive is nothing. I'll drive.
You can drive?
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's connected. Ah, yes, sure, it's connected. Yes, you are connected.
From New York, it's better to drive than
course.
you waste all this time in the plane and stuff, and then we drive together.
So
You want
next step is the documentary for to me.
like when you come now, you want to go there?
When I come, I will stay only 2 days for the statement. So I cannot go with you right now, but I have already my flight back. So, but we can figure out when we can go together.
Yes, but I will go.
By car? Okay,
I
okay.
will
If you want to go, we can go together. It will be my pleasure to see them again. So in 2027 summer, we have to. Do you invite us, Stuart, to the recital?
Yeah.
So if you invite us, so I will try to bring my team for the documentary. So is it possible?
Yeah. Through the Life Givers Nation, all life givers have access to that. So, Ida, can you just fill them in on what's going on then at the summer solstice? That's this summer, a few months from now.
So what is it, Edith? She started to explain what is the. So before she comes back, I have a question about your ID at United Nations. Did you have your ID for why they didn't let you enter about the ID?
They wouldn't give me one. They wouldn't give it to me. They kept me off the floor. My name was scheduled. I was there scheduled to speak. My name is on the roster, but they would not give me the ID to get in to speak
Okay.
because they called upstairs. And
I
like I
remember
said,
now. Yeah.
there's a guy called Marcus Voltron who was in charge on the UN's level of outer space affairs who said not to let that guy in.
I see.
Anyways, Edith, are you back? Are you there?
Edith? Where is she?
She's on mute.
What is the event?
So
Yeah.
what is it that you wanna talk about?
You talked about the event, the solstice, or what is?
There's an event that is being organized in so-called Peru for the solstice to realign all of the different nations that we have been working in. So I don't know exactly what you want me to say, Stuart.
Fill her in on that event.
Well, that's it.
You will,
So
you will be with
Okay, I'll do it. Look, there's a revival of the nations in the South, not just Peru, but throughout the South, and they're coming back together to get back to what we identified as original instruction. Okay, so this is a very big event for them. It's all the nations coming together. They asked us to give a presentation to them because we are now the last ones holding Great Law of Peace. So there's going to be a presentation simultaneously taking place here that's going to involve the University of Montreal, UQAM, that's going to involve them here, and these nations from north to south, what's identified as the corridor of truth, peace, power, and righteousness. So this could be your first introduction to the bigger reality. And this is going to be at the summer solstice. So the actual time right now is not I don't know if Edith, is the actual time identified yet, or
Edith is busy.
not yet.
Okay, so the actual time of the day is going to be it's pending. It'll be identified as we get closer to it, but you're going to see the nations from north to south interacting, realigning within, again, the corridor of truth, the corridor of peace, truth, power, righteousness. And so like I said, this could be an introduction to you to the larger reality of Turtle Island, the larger reality of Mother Earth.
So when is it exactly in the Occidental calendar? When is the meeting?
Solstice is June 21st. Is it June 21st, Edith?
Yeah.
Okay, and you will gather with many. Where is it? In Quebec?
Well, it's going to be it's going to be a Zoom. It's a live Zoom, but the larger gathering of nations is taking place in so-called Peru.
I see. Okay, I see. Okay, is it your first time you enter a gathering, or
No.
you already did it?
Oh, yeah, we do it many times.
Mm-hmm.
But on this scale, on this level, this is going to be the first time.
I see. So how can we imagine a connection between a gathering about peace, the peace charter, with your nations and our peace charter? So because we launched already that concept and it works, it grows and grows, and Dana can see it. So because last time.
This is to say that at this gathering, at this event, you'd be able to make a presentation through us to all these nations that are gathered.
Mhm. That's good. So could you introduce our peace charter and how we could involve into it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You'll be invited by us to it. We'll introduce you, and then you could give your introduction to it.
So you mean I could be a speaker?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You'd be a guest of ours.
Oh, really? Oh my God, that would be nice. Okay, I see.
But
So,
from there, eat it through the emails. Eat it will keep you informed of everything. Probably a month before we'll have all the details of what time of day, because they're at a different they're in a different time zone. So we'll know as we get closer to it as to what time of day for us here in, say, Eastern time, what time it'll be.
so 21st of June? Yes, solstice, yes. 31st of June.
Stewart, what do
Yeah.
you need? What do you need?
Pertaining to what?
In general, what do you need?
So did you succeed to have the neighbors' territories? Your neighbors, you wanted to buy it last time. You remember, I tried to find the funds to buy you.
Oh no, it's still there. It's still that's still up in the air. Yeah. But what we need is the same thing that you need. We just need everybody to focus, come together. We need to work together to save our Mother Earth. This is not something about, oh, we got to protect the environment like this river or that river, or we got to protect this forest or something. We now got to acknowledge that we got to make a combined effort to save our Mother Earth. That is the reality.
Yes, but you wanted to make a why did you want the neighborhood? It was the house of your brother, and
Oh yeah.
you
Well,
wanted
that
to implement a training school, something like that.
yeah, we would have made just extended to our property. We would have made uh, turned it into a teaching facility, sharing teaching center.
Teaching what? What do you want to teach?
Well, everything that you heard here tonight, like for instance, like we said, when we come to the Great Law Recital, that takes 26 days from morning till night. It goes nonstop, morning till night. So that's 8 hours a day, basically, for 26 days. So that could be broken down into to make it easy for people to learn, like maybe like going to school. Like you go to school for an hour or two during a day. So it could be broken down into classes so that it becomes something easier for people to focus on and easier to grasp, easier to learn that way. So it'll be the teachings of everything within the Great Law of Peace. And like I said, one of the things is, which is the most crucial that I'll say that everybody on earth must learn, is the moon teachings. You must learn about the reality of Grandma Moon, what she is to Mother Earth, that she is the beating heart. She's the heart of the earth. So if you do something, like if you stuck a needle or something into your heart, that could kill you. So if we start colonizing Grandma Moon and start digging out helium-3, we're going to kill Mother Earth, because that's the heart. Now, for anybody right now, if they hear that, they're not going to believe it. That's why you need to have a moon teachings. You need to be subjected to that education. And that education, the moon teachings, sometimes we can shorten it down, like in a nutshell, to a couple of hours. But the reality to have the complete knowledge, it's going to take it. Just the moon teachings alone, it could take days, it could take weeks.
So do you have the project so written or
Of the moon teachings? Well, that's in the book. Part of it is in the book. The foundation of is in that book. That
no? Yes, about the whole training center, what you wanted to do. So that's what I mean. Dana wants to know.
Oh well, that's that's a matter of us just getting be able to afford that, like. But the reality is, here in the Longhouse, we're the poorest of the poor. Like, you're not going to get rich people who are going to go out and do these things because they're too busy being rich. Especially for natives, they're too busy thinking like the white man to do the white man stuff to get rich like the white man. For us to be staying within the knowledge of the continuum, this is something that you can't be going to work 40 hours a week. You can't be regimented in an economy.
But you know, Dana, it's very difficult to help also because the banks and the people don't want us to help them. So 3 years ago, I tried to make just a SWIFT to them, and it was very difficult from my bank. My bank asked for why you give us the SWIFT and everything. I had to justify everything. So it's very weird. So maybe it's better you go there, even if I'm not here. So you can go by yourself and it's better to see where they are, where they live and what they need. It's better to have a look by yourself. But I can tell you maybe it's difficult from the banks to help, you know? So
Well, for that, there are friends, our non-native friends that created an entity. Now, for this, I'd rather not speak about that here because I don't want to say, hey, donate us money. That's not what we're here for, so, but we could forward you, our friend Angel is somebody who works in the field of accounting and they helped us to establish a nonprofit. And so it's not us that created it, it's non-natives that created it so that they can assist us. But we could have our friend Angel forward you on that information. But for right now, I'd rather not talk about that because I'm not here to talk about
it's
money.
better you meet them first, then you can see by yourself, and it's better. So I went to meet you twice now. Yeah, twice. So the third
Where?
one, I hope I can come for the 2020 for the big recital, and I could bring the team for. So it's my dream since the beginning to make a record and to make the documentary because they already written. They have already written a book. It's very interesting. So you can did you have the title? You can order online.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Yeah, and Natalie, all your gifts, they're still on my father's grave. They're still there.
Oh, really? You also the moon?
Well, nobody touches that. Nobody goes there because it's on our property. It's on Longhouse grounds, so no one can.
Do uh do you hunt?
Personally, I could never hurt anything. People have even given me animals to clean, and I can't do that personally. I'm you could say on that level, I'm a big sissy.
Do you go far to your people go far to hunt and come back with the food and
Oh yeah, there's a lot of people in Ganawagi who do that. Yes, yeah. But for myself,
and do you sell objects? Indian
there's places in Ganawagi that does that. Yeah, myself, the things that we create, it's really what we give away as gifts. We don't. We're not commodified. We try to stay away from the money aspect of things. So we make stuff and we give it away as gifts and things like that. But
what I found in Long Island, I did not see I did not there are shops for smoking,
yeah, yeah, yeah. There you'll find them in every native community. Yeah,
but I don't smoke, so I did not stop.
yeah, me neither. And
I think in a way it's the mixed with non-native can be dangerous. But I think non-native are respectful. We are respectful. We love you. And by involving us, I hope we can help.
Yes, work together. Yep. That's the
I
reason why
hope.
we're extending this invitation to for Nathalie to come and give the presentation during the summer solstice when we got this big event between all the nations, North and South. This spans from here where we are in Ganawagi, just south of Montreal, all the way to Peru and all nations in between. So that's on the summer solstice, and there we'll be able to work together to push this initiative of
Well,
world.
I tell you, Nathalie, she's your ambassador with all her heart, and with all her genius. She's your angel, another angel. She's there for you.
Yes, we know. We've already seen it. We know. That's why we're here to support her because of the good work that she's doing.
Yeah, I try my best but it's very difficult. The Occident, they don't let me do what I want. I used to earn a lot of money, but they cut my money especially, so it's weird. It's very
Really?
difficult.
Ay, ay, ay. You have to put it in a language that can be digested. Steward.
Yes.
You have to come to a language, to put it in words that 99% of people that you talk to, they're uneducated, not well-intentioned, right? So in a way,
Yes, I understand what
but
you mean.
the 1% that's good, they're really good. So you make it for them and have to be in a language that would be, first put all the culture in front, all the culture. It's not for no reason, it's First Nation. Respect for the First Nation.
Well, we're doing on every level here in Ganawagi. We're working with the people
Listen
here.
to this. Steward, let me tell you something that will make you feel good.
Okay.
Have you heard of the Irish cursed?
No, I don't think so.
Have you heard of the English cursed?
No.
You want to hear how God punished them?
I guess you're gonna tell me.
They have a penis of the size of this.
Oh my goodness.
I promise you, Google it, but you will see it deep. Even if you Google it, they try to hide. I promise you, they have Irish English. God punished them for all the colony they made, for all the crimes, the murders, that. And they have the penis of a size like this. That is the Irish cursed, English cursed.
Really? I didn't know that.
You ask any English lady, she will tell you.
My God.
I'm a doctor, so
Oh, she
I know.
knows, really. Oh my God.
Google it. Look at it. You see, I made you laugh.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. How about I sing you a song to close off tonight?
Amen, 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 amen. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's if yous are ready to close. Whenever you're ready to close, I'll sing a song for yous to close off.
You know what I do? Stewart, and Francois, Angela, Edith, Natalie. I study to become a rabbi because I think all that learning, from Abraham, I want to study. So I found this school 10 years ago. I was bored. I was all by myself, and my husband was here in New York. So I had nobody in Cannes, and I was all alone. So I started to study. And I'm studying. And because of this, I'm singing in Aramaic, in Hebrew. So I'm singing too. And I got compliments for my singing. So if you sing a song, I sing a song too. And if the world gets all just singing and dancing, then it's going to be a beautiful world. And I'm sure Natalie, she must be a wonderful singer.
It depends.
Yeah.
Only in the church.
Only in the
So,
church?
you
Oh,
know,
you sing in the church. Oh my God. I sing. I don't have any gift. Lucky I didn't make my money ever by singing because we would be completely starved. We would be completely starved. But
Oh my goodness.
uh,
Maybe we've gone too long now tonight. Maybe we're getting tired.
okay, listen, before you finish, I'm gonna sing something. It's a song for peace from Jesus. Is in Aramaic, right? The language of Jesus. So it says, Hashkiveinu. It asks for peace. Oh, believe me,
are you
if
Christian too? Are you Christian?
I am everything.
Oh my God.
And that's my friend Sinan Tashioglu from We Are Americans. For us, this American Indian is like, this is God for us. This is
Well,
God.
and just keep in mind, just so that you know, all these religions you're talking about, that's what came here to colonize our people and genocide our people. So we're not really keen on those religions. As a matter of fact, if you were here earlier, you would have heard me identifying that this is the problems in the non-native world, those religions that have kept you stuck in the past for 2,000 years at war constantly because of religion. It's those
I
religions that
agree.
right now
Yes,
that have
I
but
totally agree with you. I
there are
totally
some
agree
good
with
people
you.
in religions too, Stuart. It's another question.
But you see, forget about religion. It's just about love for us, right? Look at Inquisition, what it did in Spain. Look at the Inquisition, what it did. Look at what happened now in all these terrorist attacks with Muslim world. So, but for us that are peaceful is a little corner of peace, you know? You can even separate it from. I know what you say, and I really wish they get punished. I really wish the colonizer to get exposed because that is the most evil, those English colonizers, the British colonizers. They did so much damage to this world.
Well, let me share something with you there. You know this history, like you talked about in the United States from 1776 up until now, and how they fought against the British colonizers. There's a reality that's got you stuck right now in worldwide war in the so-called United States, and what that is the Monroe Doctrine of 1823. So just 48 years after the so-called revolution where they fought to be free from the British, You've heard today they're telling you that they fought for freedom of religion. That's a lie. They did not fight
That's a
for freedom.
lie. No, we fight it
They
to
fought.
get rid of the English. They
No,
didn't like
no.
the English.
Hang on a minute. When it comes to religion, they said they wanted freedom from religion. They did not say they wanted freedom of religion. They wanted freedom from religion. Because when you think back to 1776, these are people who are still fresh off the boat, who still have the knowledge of what was taking place in feudal Europe, that religions, like you said, inquisitions, witch hunts, all of this, it was the religions that were behind all of the terrorism, all of the corruptions that were over there. So when they came here and fought against the British, they said freedom from religion. But just 48 years later, the Monroe Doctrine locked you right back under the British. That's where you are today. You see Trump activating the Monroe Doctrine when the Monroe Doctrine is not a law, it's a belief. And that belief is an economic belief that puts everybody here through the OAS, the Organization of American States, puts everyone, all the countries from north to south, puts them all under the control of the United States, which funnels it all through the Golden Mile in Britain. So everybody wanted freedom from Britain. They thought they were free. Just 48 years later, Britain reeled them back in through President Monroe. Because it's not about whoever's there, if they're British or if they're whatever, they're Masons. And as Masons, they were all controlled by one place. And that, as you know, right now on the earth, all transactions, everything goes through the Golden Mile. Because we're all playing one game. The world economy, the stock market, everything, it's all funneled through one game. And Britain's the one that created that game. So regardless of all the different peoples that came here to say they were looking for freedom, you know what? They all got corralled, wrangled right back in under Britain. And that's where you are right now. You're waging war again. Trump is waging war again with the Monroe Doctrine, able to kill people, outright assassinate them in international waters using the Monroe Doctrine. He went in.
I agree. You are so wrong. You are so wrong about Trump. Trump is wonderful. You
Okay,
are so wrong. You missed the market. You missed the mark here. You misjudge him and you misjudge United States. Have nothing to do with Great Britain. Have nothing to do with that. Don't put everybody in the same pot. It's not good for you. And you are a victim of this post-traumatic stress that you suffered in generations. And I really wish to give you as much satisfaction, but I have to talk to you honest, exactly what I want to say. I have to talk to you like straight honest and tell you I want you to love Trump, that is pacifist, and he is in your corner. He is your most fervent supporter. You will see. I promise you.
Well, if you were a native person, you would know that Trump is
I
against.
promise you. I promise you, he's not gonna be against you. He is for you, and he's for peace. That's
Dana,
what
I think Trump's actions maybe are not really aligned with what we say. So
Trump
for the
is not
moment,
for
it's better not. Yes,
that's for another discussion, another
yes, I
time.
think so.
But
But
he
it's
stopped
interesting to
8
discuss
words.
about it.
He stopped 8 words. But me and Stuart, we have to talk so long, so much. And I want to read this book and edit. I want to meet with Edith, and I really, really, really am so congratulating Natalie
Why?
for
It's okay. Yeah,
all you do to raise awareness and show us this beautiful, beautiful soul
No, I'm very happy to connect you also because you are so great too. She has a very big heart. So everybody know I am in Cannes and she was living in Cannes before in France in the south and everybody knows her here because she had a dentist how do you say office dentist. She makes the tooth and so everybody knows her here and everybody says she has a great heart. She has a great heart. She's very nice.
Artist.
So
I'm an artist.
yeah.
And as my art, I did so many events there. You know, I do art, and then you must go as you are in Cannes. You still in Cannes?
Yes, I'm still in Cannes until the Sunday.
You must go and see my paintings.
Okay, let's finish the meeting because it's 4 o'clock now. I have to also to sleep because tomorrow is a big day for me, and Stuart too is too long for him, I think. So maybe he can end the meeting. Where is he? Stuart?
Okay, you want us to do a closing?
Yes, please.
Okay, all right, let's do the closing. Just to get our minds in the right place here. We'll get the place set up here. Okay, well, ona gadiwa higa jokwa, so what I want to see is nyardi. Gazita Rio, you just go away no G on Dutch, it's going to star, Rona Taruni. Retin wara do goronga gari agesum, yet the sota asatanka garakwa, yet in the stars in Zage than a gueguska negonungwe. Detin wara do sawyir and it kundon hetzerat gawas, a guides and e ganyat the gerda than a quego or quadzere or no consuma. Detin wara do yet the sota gunho, near on the heads than a gonna go here that the hawakwe. Damdawe adon hetzera gazat stansera negonungwe. Damdawe aron hetzera gazat stansera ne asat nigat dardige ne ganyaga hagar radinyato ronata runi dano riskarewage dano damdawe adon gatsera agwego on agora gayana dasera go neskana ori huio gari wat gori shunsera dano gazat stansera damdawe gayanda wana ne gani gurio dogatena no hoda yatakso. Okay, so what I identify is I introduce myself. I say, this is who's speaking. My name is Gazit Nazario. I am the son of Gahawe Nudje, and when she was alive in this world, she carried the sacred title of Wolf Clan Mother, and so I am a Wolf Clan. So I identify from Ronat Tahruni. Ronat Tahruni is the Wolf Clan, those that lead the way. And so we give our thanks to Sky Woman, as is she who has given us spirit. We give our thanks to Grandma Moon, as it is she who has given us blood. We give our thanks to Mother Earth, as it is she who has given us body. And then we give our thanks to all the women, from the newest born baby girl to the eldest grandmother, as they carry the sacred title of life giver into the world and are to be honored and respected as such. We give thanks to the spirit that connects all living things together, from not just the people, but to all living things on our Mother Earth, to off of our earthly cell into our solar cell, into our galactic cell, and into the larger body of Sky Woman herself. We give our thanks to our ancestors who carried the good mind, and we ask them to help us to return our mothers back to their natural seat of authority within all of our nations so they can manage all of our people properly once again. We ask our ancestors to help us to return the true spirit of the three universal clans of the Ganyagahaga, of the turtle, wolf, and bear, what the non-native world knows as protons, neutrons, and electrons. We ask our ancestors to help us to return the true knowledge of the great law of peace back to the hearts and minds of the people, to return peace, power, and righteousness to the people, to unite them once again within this truth, this living reality. We ask our ancestors to return the balanced mind leading to the good mind. And we identify that we have nothing to do with bad. We push it away on the three levels of existence. Air to Sawit, air to Sawit, air to Sawit. Kenya Hezaways in Ijuano. Tony Awanage, Nyawagoa, thank you so much. Muchos gracias. Merci beaucoup. Dankeschön. Every other thing to say thank you to everybody of the family of humanity, to return the family of humanity back to us, to put us back under our mother's authority within all of our nations. Nyawagoa, thank you very much. Natalie, thank you so much. We'll see you all very soon.
Hope so.
Have a good
Thank
night.
you, Nathalie. Thank you, Stuart. Thank you, Edith.
You don't make the song? Okay.
Okay, hang on 1 second. I gotta make one adjustment here on the computer.
Natalie, could you remove the sharing of the screen? Because on the recording, we won't see Stuart.
Yes. But you have, it's you. You have I think you.
No, it's not me, but being a host, you have this power. You can stop the sharing of someone else.
Nyawagoa, have a good night.
Yes, nice for me.
Merci,
I'm going to
Nathalie.
sleep.
Good evening.
Edith, à bientôt. Merci
À
beaucoup.
bientôt. Bye bye.
Dana, bisous. François, go to sleep. Angel, bye. See you, Dana. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I have to go to sleep now.